Laura, can you hear us? Nicholas. Okay, great.
There we go.
We're trying to call a roll. Sorry, everybody. We had a little technical glitch, but I think we got it now. So we're on roll call. Commissioner Tart,
Present.
Commissioner Haskell,
Present.
Vice Chair Goulden,
Present.
Chair Kopsell, here. And Commissioner Taylor is not expected this evening.
Okay, now we'll get to public comments. Sorry about those, for those of you on Zoom. I think I was talking and the sound was not coming through, it looks like. So we'll take public comments now. We're going to do a combination of comments from people in the room and people on Zoom. And this public comments is a time for residents or the public to talk about things that are not on our agenda. So our agenda is a review of a property at 339 Wayside, information from our town council on texting and email policies, then a study session on zoning changes that we need to make to complement our housing element, and then finally some meeting minutes from September 7th. Okay, so if anybody has a topic that's not one of those, now's the time to say. If you're in the room, raise your hand, or if you're on Zoom, put your little electronic hand up. I see one in the room. If you wouldn't mind coming and standing at the mic so the audio captures you. And we like it if people say their name, but not required, actually.
And second of all, I'm actually requesting that you put on changes as the information was out a couple days ago. From what we understand, changes are not necessarily residential. They're not bringing residential. This is to study it and put on into it in the high.
Welcome. Anybody else in the room? And anyone on Zoom? I don't see any hands. Oh, no, sorry, there are hands. I was in the wrong place. We'll call on Betsy Morgenthaler on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted just to bring to your attention that those of us on Zoom are unable to hear the speaker at the podium. If there's anything that can be done to improve the audio there, it would include us. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you very much for alerting us to that. Now we think we fixed it and pushed the on button. So we had one comment from Ellen Bernatza before we fixed that.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks for telling us. Christy Corley next on Zoom.
No, this is Rita Comas Whitney on Zoom. And first thing I'd like to say, if the first speaker that's in the building, if they could repeat what they said, because the people on Zoom could not hear what they had said. And my only comment is last week at the town council meeting, there were many housing issues that were discussed. And tonight there's a draft proposal, and I know that's on the agenda, but then the ad hoc housing element group and other meetings have been canceled. I don't know if those groups should be part of this discussion before, and the discussion on the items that were part of the town council meeting last week, if this group should have been part of that discussion. But I just want to say that, you know, I just hope that we can do better when the residents are not part of the discussion, because I believe last week there were only 30 people, 30 residents, but many issues were discussed that will affect all of us in this lovely town. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Rita. Ellen, would you like to say your comments again, or are you okay if I paraphrase them for the Zoom people that, okay, then tell me if I got it right. So the first speaker, when we had the mic off, first speaker in the room was Ellen Bernatza. And I now know from the Zoom that people on Zoom could not hear her. She asked if we had received letters from residents in the Nat Horst area, and we answered yes. And then she requested that we put off this discussion because people haven't had so much time to look at the materials and the zoning. Part of what we're talking about is a mixed use area, which is new for the town or new in this context. So people need more time to think about it. Is that okay? Okay, great. I think that's all the public comments. Oh, one more popped. Oh, yeah. Oh, Christy, your hand was up, but then we didn't hear you. Now it's up again. Go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, no one gave me the unmute button. Thank you. I also feel there hasn't been enough time. Our zoning has been since 1964, and any changing in zoning needs adequate time for multiple residents to be able to participate in multiple meetings. And I noticed your last planning commission meeting was canceled prior to making a vote on building code changes. And we could have really used that time to have discussion, thorough discussion prior to it going to the town council for a vote. So we noticed that you waived second read, and we encourage you to have a first read and a full second read. And in this case with zoning, we request many meetings in many avenues to listen to discussion. My second question, and that would be a request. A question I have that I have not heard answered is the firehouse had contamination in the soil at a low water table. And we have not heard the outcome of that report, yet we're seeing that building is happening. We are wondering if you can put the report into the planning commission attachments and also the town council attachments. And can you answer the question? And I know Nicholas Targ, that was his question in a previous meeting, if he could give us more detail on that report and where it stands. Thank you.
Christy, and like usual, we'll take all the comments and then address the ones we can. Next, we have Greg on Zoom.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Hope you can hear me. Look, I have a suggestion for your consideration to make these meetings more efficient and effective for all participants, including residents as well as other interested parties. And that would be, would you consider sort of time stamping agendas in future? And I think this could apply to all town council meetings as well, so that the agenda items are actually, especially the vitally important ones or the ones perceived as having a high priority of interest to the community, is to timestamp these agenda items. So for example, tonight, let's take an example, study session number 3, right? So why don't you just have a timestamp that says that action item will be addressed at 8:30 sharp, so that people don't have to hang around and listen to a whole bunch of stuff they're not particularly interested in. Some of these meetings that we participated in the last year have gone on for, housing element committee meetings, planning committee, gone on 4, 5, and 6 hours. And so I think it would be very helpful and a win-win for everybody if you timestamp the most important items, so that if an item is scheduled for 8:30, like a conference, right? All of the discussion ends at 8:29, is then adjourned until after the important item is addressed. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, I think that's all our comments. Laura, do you want to address any of them, or I could address some of the ones on the process and what we're doing tonight? Or
One thing I wanted to address is related to the Housing Element Committee meeting being canceled. And that was because we haven't received comments back yet from HCD. So when we scheduled that meeting, we thought we would have those comments back, but we don't have them yet. and whether they should be part of the discussion for this topic, which is the zoning code amendments. In consultation with the council subcommittee, Vice Mayor Wernicott and Jeff Alves, and the chair and the vice chair of that committee, there was a decision that the planning commission should be the lead for the zoning code amendments. So that was a decision made by that group. So that's why we've brought it to the planning commission for consideration. And in regards to the fire station contamination report, we did receive adequate documentation for that construction to be able to proceed according to that condition of approval. That is normally implemented at a staff level, reviewed by staff. It's not normally made part of the planning commission packet or the town council packet. We'd be happy to provide it to any members of the public that request it. That's what I have for you.
Okay, good. And I was just going to talk about the, whether we put off this meeting. There's actually a ton of zoning to do, and we have pressure if we want to have a compliant housing element before January 31st to get a lot of this work done. So I'm reluctant to not have meeting tonight. You know, and this is just a study session. I hope everybody appreciates this. You know, we're making sausage and you're right here. But today for me is kind of assembling the ingredients, think about what we're doing, where we headed. So I would like to go ahead with it. And I mean, have you all participate and see where we are and what we're thinking, and help steer the thinking. And then to Greg's point that it would be great to have timestamps. I agree too. It would be so good. So many of the topics that we deal with, though, we do not have a good idea how long they're going to take. So it's awfully hard to put timestamps on it. So I think we'll go ahead as we planned this time. Go to item number 1, 339 Wayside. And I presume we have a staff presentation, Laura.
Yes, I have a staff report for you. Give me just a minute to share my screen.
Oh, I would like to the extent possible, both Laura and us commissioners can kind of be snappy going through this. It would be good so that we get to the zoning housing element changes.
Okay, does that look okay for everybody? Give me a thumbs up, Cara or Nicholas. Looks okay at home? Great, thank you. So good evening, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Laura Russell. I'm the Planning and Building Director. I'm giving this presentation on behalf of Suzanne Avila, who is out of town. So this is an application for architectural review, a deviation from the town's geologic land use policies, and a variance for the property at 339 Wayside. The proposed project includes an addition to the main home of 541 square feet, new garage and carport, 410 square feet, accessory space under the garage and carport building for 262 square feet, new decking, a new driveway approach, minor grading. There are no proposed protected trees to be removed. As background to this project, a similar project was approved by the Planning Commission back in 2002. It was an addition under the garage and carport were not included in that prior project. So this application is for the deviation from the town's geologic map and land use policies. That's the same concept as it was in 2002. And this is also for the variance to allow the addition and the garage and carport within the setback area. So this is the vicinity map. The parcel is 0.26 acres with an average slope of 23.3%. This is the survey that shows where the location of the house is and the existing access point, the stairs that go to the house. You can see in the topography lines, the lines are quite close together, meaning that that's quite steep across the back of the property. And then this shows the site plan, and you can see with my cursor that these are the normal setback lines for this property. So way back here in the steeper part of the lot, not where the house is located. So the house is located here today, and the green portion is the addition to the house. That's a staircase that accesses the lower level. And then the blue section here is a new deck that wraps around this big existing tree. And then the blue box is the new proposed carport and garage structure with living space beneath. And then here are floor plans that just illustrate that a little bit more. This is the main house, quite small by any standard, but especially by Portola Valley standards. Living space underneath. And then this is the accessory space underneath the garage and carport. And then the carport and garage area here. So you can see in the project data that the project complies with the zoning code except for the setbacks, which are the subject of the variance. Here are the west elevations. So you can see in this one, this is the part of the house that faces mainly to the street. And then this also gives you the view of the garage and carport and the stairs and the way it connects around to the deck. In this case, the 3D models are especially helpful to understand the project and how it sits into the site. So you can see in the models, the two different levels. You can see also how the garage and carport connects out to the street. This site currently has no off-street parking. And if you're familiar with that section of Wayside, it's very narrow. So the homeowners are allowed by their neighbors to use space at their home. So this creates a much safer safety condition to be able to have on-site parking. This kind of tube in the middle represents the tree. So that's modeling around the tree. It's not a proposed
Global
giant
warming's been bad on everything.
science silo. Here's the exterior color and material board. The ASCC was receptive, supportive of this color and material board. The applicant has asked to have some flexibility in the roofing material. They would like to have a metal roof, but they have a clay tile or a roof tile option in case they're not able to get their preferred material. That was found to be acceptable by the ASCC. Here's a proposed lighting plan. It's very limited. It basically is just a lighting fixture at each of the main exterior doors. There was some discussion at ASCC about the final lighting plan around the garage, but the applicant indicated that that would continue to be very minimal and just what's required for safety and access. So ASCC reviewed the project on October 10th, and the town geologist was present to provide background on the site and the analysis of the project. The ASCC was supportive and recommended approval. They requested adding a condition of approval that the final review of the lighting and exterior materials be done by one member of ASCC. We sent out public notice to all neighbors within 300 feet of the site, and we received 6 emails in support of the project. So in conclusion, staff finds that the project conforms to the zoning code other than the setbacks, which are the subject of the variance, the design guidelines, that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA. So the staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution approving the project subject to the recommended conditions of approval. We were going to have the town geologist, John Wallace, here, so let me see if he's been able to join the Zoom. John, are you out there? Okay, just a second. John's here. Let me make him a panelist. So John is going to talk a little bit about the geologic conditions and the subject of the variance and the land use policies. And then after his brief presentation, we'll come back for any questions for staff or for John. Okay, John, you should be connected as a panelist now. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
And let me know if you can see the screen.
Right now, we see your desktop.
Laura, do you see the first slide, the ground movement potential map?
No, we just see your desktop still, John.
How about now?
No, when you clicked on it, it sort of glitched, but it didn't open. It was weird. Yeah. John, I think try to unshare and share again, because I think you're sharing your desktop instead of the one that's opening,
PowerPoint.
instead of the PowerPoint.
Back to your desktop.
I don't know what's going on.
So I'm sorry, did you try to open the PowerPoint when you're not sharing? And then go to share and choose the PowerPoint?
Yeah, let me,
Ah, there
There
we
we
go.
go.
okay.
Great, thank you. That looks great.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me speed this up to make up for that. So my name's John Wallace. I'm with the Town Geologist's Office at Cotton Shires and Associates. And we reviewed the application, actually, we reviewed it 20 years ago, a similar application for a garage. And fast forward to now, about a year and a half ago, we looked at the first submittals for 339 Wayside. And cutting to the chase, it's a very challenging geologic area with the ground movement potential map showing the deep red is the moving deep landslide terrain. The site is within the kind of light orange, which is a PD zone, both highly restrictive zones. And this ground movement potential category map is based upon the the town geologic map, which is shown here. And I won't go through it all because it's very complicated. The one thing to note from this, though, is this entire area is a large landslide mass. So very highly restrictive building categories. And the mapping, the initial thrust of the application, they first wanted to try and approach a map modification, which we looked at very closely, and we we obviously are very concerned about increasing building up in these areas because of the landslide risk. The maps that were generated as part of the town's movement potential category map and the geologic map were initially based on aerial photograph interpretation. And this is an example of what you might see from an aerial photograph. And new technology we've come a long way from being able to draw inferences, geologists, from these aerial photographs. And we've developed an entire database now for the town that's based on LiDAR. And this is the same image based on a LiDAR imagery. And here's the site here. It's, to geologists, this is a very obvious landslide here, obvious landslide terrain. This document and the LiDAR for the entire town is now available, and very useful document for us. We make this available to consultants so that they have it and have the best available data. So we were of the opinion that the map modification wasn't going to be very fruitful. It'd be a waste of money for them to try and disprove this big landslide. And these types of maps make it very easy for geologists to then make interpretations. And this is a quick interpretation based upon that, and I won't go into it, but it's very obvious that it's landslide terrain. Laura talked about the very small building envelope that would be generated if you applied the setback criteria strictly. And what I'd like to point out is the moving deep landslide zone cuts right through that. And that's real. This whole lower part of the hillside is moving. And so we don't have any problem as far as a variance to keep structures away from this moving deep landslide zone. In a nutshell, our review shows that the proposed garage is consistent with Resolution 2746, 2017, in that new habitable space and associated bathrooms would not be associated with that. We are of the opinion that the small residential addition, which wouldn't add any foundation footprint space, would allow for a much more seismically strengthened existing residence, and it's already been underpinned, and so it's actually helping stabilize the roadway up above and the structure itself. So we're definitely on board with recommending that this be approved for the small residential addition. The garage itself provides structural stability to the roadway, which we think is a big positive. It increases the width of the road through that section and gets rid of on-street parking. So emergency access and general road safety are greatly improved. The drainage conditions are improved, and the overall impacts from the development do not adversely impact the slope stability of the entire area, which we look at very closely to make sure that whatever one residential property is doing does not adversely impact everybody else in the neighborhood. So that's kind of our conclusion, and we're very supportive of it.
So that concludes the staff presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. I'll look to my fellow commissioners. Maybe I'll start with Nicholas on Zoom. Do you have any questions for staff or the geologist? You're muted, Nick.
You'd think after 2 years of doing this, I'd have it here. No, I thought that was very comprehensive, appreciated. I had the opportunity to attend a portion at the ASCC meeting. I observed the approval and appreciation of the commission members of that body supporting it for reasons of fire safety and increased stability, which were the issues that are most impressive. The findings, the observation of the location of the deep moving soil is also helpful. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicholas. Let me see. How about you, Judith? And we're actually on the part where we ask staff clarifying questions.
Thank you. Let me know if you can hear me. In the record, there's a recitation that there's going to be a geologic hazard acknowledgement saying, even though it's safe, there's still a lot of risk. Is this pretty common for similar properties and something we do in the ordinary course?
I believe that it is. John, do you also believe that it's routine for these kinds of projects?
To have a geologic acknowledgement as part of the deed on the property, is that what you're asking?
Well, that's the second part of my question. One is that apparently the homeowner needs to sign a special geologic hazard acknowledgement saying you acknowledge you're in a very, I'll paraphrase, slippery area. And then second, in the prior documentation, there was a deed restriction required to not have a closet and a bathroom included. The current application, if I understand it correctly, does not require the deed restriction saying that it's redundant. So I have a question on, are we sure? And the geologic hazard acknowledgement, it just seems to me that it seems unusual, but I mean, it's really more a legal question if Cara knows.
Cara, do you happen to know the answer to that question? Yeah, I don't know. I have seen these kinds of acknowledgements in the
Yeah.
past.
Mhm.
To your question around, but is it routine? It's very hard to answer because we've approved so few deviations ever.
Okay, that,
And
Okay.
no, there's not one in the last 10 years. So this one done 20 years ago is kind of recent.
okay.
And then to your question about the deed restriction, the issue with the closet in the bathroom goes to whether something is considered a bedroom.
Mhm.
And at the advice of John, the town geologist, we were pretty strict with the applicant about not adding a bathroom. So nothing discharges into the septic system. So it certainly could be appropriate if the planning commission finds to add a condition if you think that that kind of deed restriction would be appropriate.
Right, because on red page 62, there's an argument by the applicant that the deed restriction would be redundant with what is MCEHS, which I don't know what that is. Or
The
maybe it's
environmental
cemetery.
health requirements.
And therefore no need also for built-in furniture to prevent building. I mean, this is all going to, let's not overburden that property with too many occupants for a safety reason. So both of these get at that issue. I'm just trying to understand if that is in fact redundant or whether the deed restriction would actually be protected. Because what we're trying to do here is make sure everybody's on notice and that the occupancy, if there is a safety issue, is truly limited. So if we don't know, I can move on. I only have one or two others. In terms of, this is a pretty minor one, and I'll ask it, and I think I will be done. Actually, there's two. On the actual resolution, it said the planning commission resolves that the request for architectural review, deviation, and variance, and this is red page 10, I think. Is the architectural review, that's what the ASCC already did, right? That's done.
So the ASCC made their recommendation,
Yep.
but according to our roll-up policy, the planning commission makes the final decision.
Okay, so that's correctly phrased then. And somewhere on red page 27, it says that for the deviation, you have to find that there's no unduly jeopardizing safety property issues. Is that not part of our findings that we need to make here?
Just a second, let me find that. You said
Yeah,
red
I'll
page.
help you. 27.
I have that electronically, so just a second.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like toward the bottom. It is anticipated that deviations will only be approved when it is clearly demonstrated to the approving authority that the deviation will not unduly jeopardize human safety, public property, or private property, and will be consistent with the general plan. So I didn't see that in the findings, and I don't know if legally that's what we need to do.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're helpful, but I'm still behind, so I was opening the other one. Can you remind me the page again?
27.
Thank you. So if I can summarize, you're saying that it seems that that phrase should have been included in the findings that we presented to you?
It's unclear to me. It's a question, since it said that it must be clearly demonstrated to the approving authority, there's no undue jeopardization, et cetera. Or does this acknowledgement help us on that? Like, I'm just a little confused. And again, my goal here behind these questions is just, seems like there's some safety issues here. I want to make sure we're doing the proper things to approve it.
Okay, so the findings that we based our staff report findings were the ones that the town had used previously. But
Okay,
again,
on
we haven't
another-
done this often. And so when
Okay.
I read that section of the resolution with that, I think that you make a point that that sentence probably should be included in the
Yeah.
findings.
Okay.
I think I'm reading it the same way you are.
Okay.
So I think I would recommend that the planning commission consider that phrase in their deliberation when we get to that point. And then that's something, if the planning commission agrees, we could add to the resolution.
Thank you. That's it. Everything's
Great.
ready.
Thanks. How about you, John?
I have no questions.
And I also have no clarifying questions. So I'll open it up to the public.
We should see if the
Oh.
applicant has any statement.
That's great.
Thank you for considering this project. I'll keep it brief because I know that you have a busy agenda. I would like to just start with sharing.
Can you speak into
Yes.
the?
Yeah,
Mic.
close up to that mic. Thanks.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, really close.
Way too
That one's a
close.
tough one.
Is that better?
Yeah.
It says I've started screen sharing, but it's not showing anything.
Slow starter. There we go.
Okay. So this is the property as we purchased it in 2018. What our hope is by doing this project, you can see that it looks problematic. The project that was previously approved did include a space below what you see here that looks unfinished, which it looks unfinished because it is. They never put in the carport that was approved back then either. So our hope is that by completing this project, we can make the whole community safer. And the way that we believe we'll do that is all of the things that have already been mentioned, and to emphasize the materials that we've chosen, they're all non-combustible. In the time since we've had this property, we've come to love our neighbors very much. And also wouldn't want to impact or inconvenience them. And just so that it's clear what we're proposing in terms of the setbacks. This takes a second to come through, I guess. So this is the parcel map, and this shows, you can see, see my pointer too. Both of the closest neighbors in the direction where we're asking for the variance and setbacks are neighbors who have written in kindly in support of our project. And the closest neighbor, which is the only neighbor who can see any part of our current property and the proposed property, we are not proposing anything that gets any closer than what we already have. And for this neighbor, there's this very steep slope here, and their closest building is about 200 feet from our property line. And there's one more thing that I wanted to mention, because it was brought up in the ASCC meeting. I could use quick clarification, is that there were some earlier preliminary drawings that the town public works had responded to that showed the driveway crossing the property line, and that was just using an old survey. And so the most current survey shows the driveway staying within the property line, obviously, except for where it needs to reach the road, as you can see here. But there is still a remaining issue of a tiny corner of the deck crossing the property line. We're okay with chopping off that corner of the deck.
Can you say that one more time? You're okay with?
So the deck currently on the property was permitted, but the current survey finds that there's about between 6 inch and 1 foot corner of the deck crossing the property line. Public Works had pointed that out as an issue. So I don't know if that's something that can be included in the variance. It's either way for us. We can chop off that corner of the deck if we need to, but and then lastly, to respond to the commissioner's questions about the geologic hazard acknowledgement and the deed restrictions. I have no experience in law, so my intuition on the geologic hazard acknowledgement is that the preponderance of geologic study, and including that which is done by the town's geologists, is a matter of public record. And so as far as it being clear what technically, specifically, and in terms of an interpretive narrative we are getting into, I think that's sort of established in public record. And so we kind of, our view is that anything that sort of reiterates what's already there seems a bit burdensome. And so that goes to the deed restriction as well. The San Mateo County Department of Environmental Health, for all of us who are on septic systems, makes a determination as to how many people they think should be occupying a property. And they have a strict determination on this property that the number of bathrooms should be 1. It appears to be their authority to do so in perpetuity. We don't see any reason why they would change that, except some kind of significant change in technology in terms of how they assess both the land itself and the water issues, and maybe what's available in terms of septic system technology. We would prefer that something as how would you say, permanent as a deed restriction not usurp their authority to make some kind of change that may be more permissive in the future on account of technology that reasonably enables something further on the property. And then lastly, just we've really enjoyed being stewards of the property, and in particular trying to make it safer for everybody in our community, which has included, you'll note there's no landscaping because for the most part, this environment takes care of itself as redwoods. And we have done a lot to clear understory growth that would ordinarily be cleared, and have enjoyed doing that. And that's the extent that uses up all the time that we would have for taking care of landscaping ordinarily, but we think the result is really beautiful. So.
Thank you. Do we ask questions of the applicant now? Okay, great. I'll start with you, Nicholas. Any question for the applicant? Oh, you're muted again.
I do. In one of the figures that was shown, it looked as though there was a portion of an understory deck that wasn't enclosed. Did I understand that correctly?
That's the existing condition that we're hoping to fix.
Right. And the question they had, and my impression was in the after image that there may still have been an open area under the deck. And it's possible that I didn't understand that correctly, but if you could clarify, that would be helpful. And needless to say, I'm asking for fire resilience issues.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
The question is, will there be remaining non-enclosed areas under the decks?
So we had assumed that it's an interesting question. We had assumed that changing the deck material to a non-combustible material would remove that risk. We will accept advice that that's not the case, and would be happy to enclose those areas of the deck that we are proposing to change all of the decking to non-combustible materials. If it is still the case with the non-combustible decking that it's safer to enclose the deck, we would choose that. We had not assumed that to be the case, and had not received advice indicating that. But that was an assumption on our part.
If I may ask staff whether the fire marshal has reviewed and has provided comment. I did see a letter in, but I didn't see this issue addressed.
I don't think that they addressed this particular issue, so it would have addressed their straight code requirements, but if we're talking about a recommendation, then certainly the applicant could seek a recommendation from the fire marshal. So they would have
Thank you.
reviewed for their code requirements.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Judith, any questions for the applicant? Oh, go ahead, John. Do you have any questions for Kenny?
Could you point out on the diagram where you had a concern about whether or not it was on the property line or not? I didn't quite cover that.
Good, me too.
Yes.
You mean when I mentioned the corner of the deck?
Yeah.
That's right here where the cursor is.
So it extends into the town's property?
Well, so I'm not perfectly clear on what the status of the roadway is.
It's a private road.
I see.
So it encroaches into the private road.
But
But
it doesn't prevent somebody from driving on the road, right?
no, it's quite far from the road.
So what do you mean? Oh, it's just the part that's supposed to not be your property. The corner's in that.
Right.
I see.
It's in the area between what the current survey finds is our property line and the road, which is a fair distance.
So if it was a public road, it would not be allowed to remain. We would require it to be adjusted now that we are familiar with the issue. Right. Even though it was permitted in the past, because there have been issues with surveys and survey markers and accuracy in this neighborhood. So the records are improving over time. So in this case, it's a little bit of a gray area. If the planning commission thought it was okay for it to remain, the applicant would still have to get permission from either the road maintenance district or the owner of the road to allow it to remain. And if they granted permission, then the town would.
Okay.
Do we need to state that as part of? That will happen automatically.
That would happen automatically in the staff review process.
Okay. That was it.
And that was my only question too. Okay, we'll open it up to public comments on this topic from people either in the room or Zoom. So Zoom participants, put your electronic hand up if you'd like to speak. Go ahead. Could you come to the mic? You know, we do a recording, otherwise you don't get captured.
I've had this question about this area for quite a while. That there's been other movements on that street where houses have kind of scooted down, and in surveys, they're found to be on someone else's property. What is, one person had to buy out a piece of the property. What is the actual law? Or I don't even know if you consider it a law, but what happens when in a natural thing, someone's property moves, their buildings move on to someone else's site? Survey wise. What's the rule on that? No, we don't know.
I definitely don't know.
No, it's happened. It's already happened.
The modern rules and the strict rules that we have in place are to prevent that from happening in the future. But what happens when there's a landslide where the properties move? Then the town geologist gets involved and there's an entire remediation program. Usually the buildings would be demolished, then there'd be additional restrictions for what could be rebuilt in its place.
So houses that have been there for close to 100 years, some of these houses on that street, the natural progression as they move down the hill, they might have to tear down their own house if it moved onto someone else's property. Is that what you're saying? Or if they're,
I mean, usually there would be so much damage at that point, right, that it wouldn't be habitable, but.
ones I've
John,
seen
do you-
haven't had that much damage. They just, slow- you know, it could be 10 feet that over. You know,
John, do you want to speak to that?
You're on mute.
You're muted.
It is a very interesting issue and complicated, and we've dealt with some issues where coastal bluffs, houses have actually slid down on top of another property. And our understanding is the property corners remain in space where they are. And if there is a slow, what we call creep movement, and that's very common up on the western hillsides there, that a house or fence or whatever can migrate across that property line. The property corners don't go with it. They remain in space is our understanding of that. So there would have to be some sort of negotiation to deal with whatever encroachment ends up happening.
Good. I see no more public comments or hands up, so we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Anybody want to start? How about you, John?
Okay, I actually don't have any problem with this. I'm not sure what I would have done way back when in terms of the original variance and the location of the property, quite honestly. But that's a long time ago, and the fact that it's already there and we're basically doing the variance for something that makes everything better. It's got to be a unique situation. People don't like giving variances. This seems unique enough, and the fact that everything ends up better in the long run for everybody. I mean, I'm okay with it.
Judith?
Yeah, overall, it seems to improve the safety and stability of an area based on the expert review that we've heard and the plans that have been drawn up to improve the drainage and get parking on site. So overall, it's a benefit, it seems. Where I have some concern is that it really does seem that the safety is deriving from the assumption that drainage issues and septic remain as is. So while I can understand the applicant's point of not having a deed restriction, if there's something else that really takes care of that, I personally don't hear tonight the assurance that I would like in order to say, yes, that's redundant, or the EHS determination that will evolve thoughtfully and keep the safety in mind. So I don't know, Laura, if there is some way of kind of moving forward, but making sure that the EHS is really a viable proxy for that safety test. Because if not, the prior commissioners 20 years ago were all saying, I could get comfortable if there's a deed restriction here. I do take the point that there's new technology arriving all the time. And so I don't want to do something that's too narrow an approval here, but I'm not hearing the comfort I need. Is it okay if Penny speaks? He seems to have something to
Yeah,
say.
I'm fine with that. Go ahead, Penny. Mhm.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think Kenny's mic is on.
Oh, no.
This one still looks like it has batteries. And so the language in the new resolution regarding deviations is explicit that there can be such a thing as an engineered solution. And it makes it clear that in particular, that what is allowed in the zoning for square footage can be achieved if you have an engineered solution, which I think is very clearly separates what the Planning Commission was considering before from what the resolution that governs this now. That's helpful for your consideration in terms of why they came up with a deed restriction. They also did not have the San Mateo County Environmental Health input on this. And so our concern with a deed restriction is that a deed restriction is in perpetuity. Becomes, we accept the Planning Commission's decision in terms of what can be permitted as the rule already, as I think everybody has to. And so I guess I have trouble understanding why restating what you said can be permitted under a deed restriction that is something that exists in perpetuity would be something that would be
I
necessary.
don't see anything in this packet that says that the EHS determination, what it is, and exact doesn't flesh it out enough for me. I am trying to get to the point where I can move forward, and I would really like to. So I'm trying to figure out if we could phrase the approval in a way that says, as long as there's documentation and maybe it's satisfactory to one or two of us or something like that, that the EHS is a good proxy, then for me, I understand why you don't want a deed restriction, but I want to make sure that this property, that we're not approving something that can be changed after the fact and create a less safe situation. So anyway, those are my comments, and I'll leave it with the group to talk about.
Thank you
Yeah,
for allowing me to.
Cara, could you opine on this also? Some communities record the approvals. And that puts future owners on notice. So what if we added some language to the resolution and then recorded this approval in order to kind of capture this discussion for this owner and any future owners?
Yes, I think that solution would be fine. I think another way to accomplish this would be to work on some language with respect to a deed restriction that would not make it permanent, that would allow for some kind of engineered solution to be reached or tie it to the existing permit, and then it would expire once a new permit is sought. There are, ways to frame a deed restriction so that it is not permanent in perpetuity. Another option would be as Commissioner Haskell suggested, is to impose an additional condition that requires two commissioners to look at the documentation and come up with either a proposed deed restriction or a determination that the matter does not require a deed restriction. I think those are the three alternatives you have.
Great, thanks, Cara. So Nicholas, would you like to weigh in on the project?
I would. I'd like to start by offering a fourth option here, but no great surprise. But I would only flag that rather than deed restriction, we could have a deed notice. And this goes to, I think, what the director may have been noting, and that is we could observe the location of the property within a with a geological description and noting the limitations based on this meeting without having any substantive limitation stated in the deed restriction, and feel comfortable with that. It would flag it for future owners to the extent that it became relevant, but the decision-making apparatus would reside with the with the government body rather than running with the land in a further recorded document. So I would feel comfortable with a deed notice. I would also observe that the project both creates additional breathing room, creates reduced fire and congestion limitations, and it seems like a good use in terms of generating increased stability both for the structures itself as well as for the roads. I'm myself agnostic as to the need to have siding. I know that on the underside or on the what would be the walls of the deck itself, I know that the fire marshal made that recommendation to me, and so I'm bestowing the wisdom of the fire marshal to the applicant. I would only suggest that as a condition that there be consultation with the marshal and recommendations be adopted, as I believe the applicant agreed would be acceptable. I have nothing further.
Great, thank you. And I was surprised to see a project with more building up in this area. At first I thought, oh, why are we doing that? But I've come to see that this variance actually makes things safer for the road and the neighbors. So I'm basically in favor of it. And I like the things my fellow commissioners are talking about with the clear, just making it clear somehow that the one bathroom is what we're expecting on that property.
So based on this discussion, I think that Commissioner Targ's recommendation of sort of a deed notice is a strong recommendation. It doesn't put limitations on this property owner. It could reflect these proceedings and put any future owner on notice. So I would recommend that we have added condition that 2 members of the Planning Commission could work with staff to determine the nature of that deed notice to be recorded for the property.
Okay. And then otherwise we'd approve the resolution as in the our packet with page 10.
Yeah.
I heard a request for consultation with the fire
Yes.
marshal. Was that another condition?
Yes, that's how I understood
Okay.
Commissioner Targ.
Oh, and I meant to say in my comments, I'm fine with the slight deck encroachment into the road easement if the community group that owns the road is okay with it.
Okay, so we can implement that at a staff level. So that doesn't need to be part of the conditions. So then we have the proposal for 2 added conditions. So if the Planning Commission was ready to, the official action tonight is the adoption of the resolution.
Laura, early on, and I defer to you and Cara, do we need to make those the other finding that I pointed out for the deviation on page 27?
So when I'm looking at that other finding, I
Yep.
think it's kind of a matter of interpretation. Cara, I don't know if you had a chance to look at that. I think the findings that are included cover the concepts quite well. So I think we are okay in
Fine.
that regard.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Good. So am I looking for a motion on this plan?
Yeah, a motion, just to help out a little, the motion to adopt the resolution with the 2 added conditions that we discussed.
I would move.
I'll second.
Great. Any further discussion?
And we need a roll call vote, please. Commissioner Targ,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Chair Golden,
Aye.
Chair Koff-Still.
Aye. Good, you're welcome. So I think that wraps up this item. We will move quickly to number 2, which I presume is from Cara.
Yes, this is from Cara. I wanted to thank John Wallace, Town Geologist,
Oh,
for
yes.
joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So thank you, commissioners. Cara Silver, Town Attorney, and I don't have a presentation. I just wanted to give you a brief summary of the texting and email policy that the council recently adopted. So the purpose of this particular agenda item is that we are going out to all of the commissions and committees and agendizing on their calendars discussion of this particular texting and email policy. This relates to a lawsuit that was filed against the town asserting that texting and emailing among committee members during a public meeting violates the Brown Act. And our office analyzed the issue, and our opinion is that the Brown Act does not prohibit emailing and texting between commissioners, provided less than a quorum are involved in those communications or that communication thread if it's a serial thread. A similar opinion is widely shared by other town attorneys. That said, the council had a long discussion about this issue, and in order to settle the lawsuit and avoid the payment of additional attorney's fees, they elected to adopt a texting and emailing policy, which we have included in your packet. This policy primarily applies to remote meetings and hybrid meetings. As we start coming back in person, we would expect some refinements and modifications to the existing policy. So in terms of the policy, it basically prohibits private email or text communications among commission and committee members during public meetings. It also prohibits communications between commissioners and private and third-party consultants employed by the town during meetings. This policy only affects communications during public meetings. And in this respect, it goes above and beyond the Brown Act. Communications amongst committee members and commissioners outside of meetings, of course, is governed by the Brown Act and the serial prohibitions involved in the Brown Act, and you should always follow those rules outside of the meetings. But this policy is intended just to address communications that are occurring electronically during meetings. The policy does not prevent commissioners from communicating with town staff or the town attorney during public meetings. It also does not prevent public members from communicating to commissioners during the meetings. The public has a First Amendment right to communicate with the legislative body, and so we did not want to inhibit that constitutional right in any way, and so the policy does not preclude those types of communications. The policy is directed at communications relating to the substantive business of the legislative body, and that will vary from commission to commission or committee to committee. And it is intended to prohibit communications regarding or it is not intended to prohibit communications regarding internet connections and other logistical communications that we typically have during hybrid and remote meetings. The recommended action tonight is to accept the report acknowledging the town's new policy on texting and emailing during the meetings. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Judith, any questions for Cara?
No.
How about you, John?
No question.
How about you, Nicholas?
Nope.
No, not from me either. we open it up to the public now? Yeah. Great. So now the public can make comments on this topic if they would like. I see one hand on Zoom. Rita?
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I've gone to a couple of the other meetings, town meetings where this has come up. And there seems to be, a vagueness concerning people on different councils or committees then being able to message each other through Zoom, the Zoom platform during hybrid or primarily Zoom meetings. Is there a clarification on that? Is there a limit on that? Thank you.
Great, thanks. We'll take all the questions and then have Cara answer 'em. Any other questions? I don't think so. So we'll go ahead and turn that question over to you, Cara.
So we typically disengage the chat feature in Zoom meetings. And so committee members and commissioner members are not able to use the chat feature.
Great, thanks. So do we need to take an action on this or just,
Yes, you need to have a motion to accept the report.
okay, great. May I have such a motion?
Motion to accept the report.
Second.
Great. Any discussion on that one?
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Targ,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Chair Golden,
Aye.
Chair Koff-Still.
Aye. Great. Okay, on to item number 3 that I think everybody's here for. So we're going to start working on the zoning changes we need for our housing element to be compliant. And as I said, this is definitely a study session. We're just at the early brainstorming parts, but Laura, I guess you have a introduction for us.
Yes, I have a presentation. Just a second. Oh, maybe it's okay. Okay, so I have members of our technical consultant team with us this evening, so they may help to answer questions, but I'll give the majority of the presentation. And so we are talking tonight about part 1 of the draft zoning code amendments for implementation of the housing element. And so we're going to get into some background and some details of this, but I want to emphasize that this is the first of quite a few meetings on this and related topics, and we'll get into that. So the meeting format the chair talked about briefly earlier, but for anyone who's new to this format, there's this staff presentation and then commission questions for staff, and then public comments, and then commission discussion and feedback. So the purpose of the meeting tonight is a study session, so no final decisions will be made. The idea is to answer questions, to have discussion, and to get feedback from the commission. The draft language that the technical team has presented for the Planning Commission and public's consideration represents common best practices and is just a starting point for discussion. So we look to receive comments from the Planning Commission and the public on key concepts to allow the process to continue. So looking ahead a little bit, we've been working on the schedule, and I want to emphasize that this is tentative. We'll be publishing this schedule shortly, and so this PowerPoint will be published and the schedule will be coming out to everyone who signs up for our housing e-notification and posted to the website. So this is subject to change because it depends on when we receive comments back from HCD, which is the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and what those comments include. But what we expect to happen going forward is tonight we're talking about the new districts that are included in the zoning code. And then on November 2nd, we'll be talking about additional zoning concepts and talking about this topic again, new districts, to the degree that we need to. And then in November on the 16th, we're going to be talking about CEQA, that's the California Environmental Quality Act. So that meeting we anticipate being dedicated to that topic. And then November 30th, we'll be talking about all aspects of the HE, that means housing element work, that we've completed so far. December 7th, again, all aspects of the housing element work, including the zoning code amendments. And then we expect on December 13th at a special meeting to continue that discussion and have a formal recommendation up to the town council. So this timing is important because the housing element and its associated work needs to be completed by January 31st under state law. So very brief background, if anyone is new to this discussion, the housing element is part of the general plan. It identifies policies and programs to meet the housing needs of the current and future residents. It's updated every 8 years now under state law. And this update covers 2023 to 2031, which is referred to as the sixth cycle, the sixth time that cities in California have done this kind of update. And we have to plan for 253 units, plus what's referred to as a buffer in certain income categories. Those income categories are defined by the language is in state law, and then the numbers are based on a county-wide level. So the town formed the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee. 2 members of this planning commission have been serving on that committee. It includes council members and includes the 2 planning commissioners, a member of the Race and Equity Committee, and a member of the ASCC, and then community members as well. So they've been exploring over a year since last August of 2021, met 14 or 15 times during that time. Many of you have been to those meetings. They were very well attended, with attendance typically to 40, 50 people and key meetings up at over 150 people. So that committee has done the majority of the work related to developing the housing element itself. And in terms of what's going on with the housing element, there was a public review draft of that. There was a 30-day comment period. We sent that out all throughout the community, including our vast e-notification system. Then this planning commission discussed it at 2 meetings in June of this year. And then the housing element committee reviewed it again during that time. Then staff and consultant team took those comments and presented it to town council on July 13th. The town council created a council subcommittee of 2 members, the mayor and the vice mayor. And then we met with them a couple more times to get some more input from them. And then we forwarded the draft housing element to HCD, the state agency that reviews these, for initial review on August 11th. And they are still in their review period. We are hoping to have a meeting with them, hopefully in the coming week, to get their preliminary comments, and then their official comments are due to us in early November. If you're interested in the changes that have happened along the way, there's a summary, there's a memo that explains what changed between the public review draft and that initial draft that we sent to HCD. So all of that is available on the town's website, portolavalley.net/housing element, /housing element. So this discussion is about how do we now update our zoning code amendments to be consistent with the housing element. This is required by state law. Exactly when we do it and how we do it can vary a little bit by different communities, but those 2 things have to be consistent. So we're talking tonight about multifamily housing and mixed use zoning districts. So currently, right now, Portola Valley has only 2 mechanisms to allow multifamily housing on certain sites. So we have a provision in our subdivision ordinance and our planned unit development permit where it is possible to have a small amount of multifamily housing on designated sites if those units are affordable to lower income people. But it's never been acted on before in the town in that way. We also have the affiliated housing program. The best example of that so far is at the Priory, where they have been constructing multifamily units for their employees for quite a few years. So we do not have existing development standards, and development standards are the rules that limit how you can build those kinds of buildings. So we don't have regulations for multifamily or mixed use housing. In the past, these things have been dealt with in a case-by-case basis. So in the housing element itself, in section 6, adequate sites, the town includes in that draft a commitment to adopt 3 new zoning districts: multifamily standards, development standards, and parking requirements. So this table shows the policies that are within the housing element in the left-hand column and how we propose to address them on the right-hand side. So we need to create 2 new multifamily zoning districts to provide for development of housing at lower income levels. And then we have the next one, 1.1, just goes into a little bit more detail about that. So then going to the right-hand column, we're proposing to add a chapter to our existing code to allow that kind of multifamily residential. And then similarly, we have a provision to allow mixed-use development. And so we're proposing to add a section of the code, mixed-use districts. And then we've committed to updating our parking requirements. And so we have amendments to the parking section of our existing code, as well as recommendations to add requirements for bicycle parking. So I wanted to talk briefly about zoning practice and how things have changed. So in our existing zoning title of the municipal code, it has not been comprehensively updated since its creation, so since 1967. So the organization and the regulation, the way it's presented is outdated compared to codes are written today. So back in the 60s, they had no technical capacity to include graphics and complete tables. Everything had to be written in words. And so over time that has changed. And so now most zoning codes include a lot of tables and a lot of graphics. So we don't have as many issues with interpretation. So in the 3 new zoning districts that are before the Planning Commission tonight, we've included current best practices for drafting zoning codes. So this is a contemporary approach, including tables, but we are using the existing numbering from our current town zoning ordinance so that these new sections will fit in. So they'll look different and have a different feel, but the numbering will still work and it'll work with the rest of our code. So this is new for some of you residents and just a refresher for the Planning Commission. So we're using some of the same language for our discussion. First, I wanted to touch on a key zoning concept about what prevails. Okay, so the basic concept in zoning that we use all the time as planning professionals is that the most restrictive regulation applies. So a really important example that we're getting questions on for this discussion tonight is there's a setback that's proposed in the table, but then there's also a code reference to another section of the code, which is 18.58 related to scenic corridors. So one of those numbers is much more restrictive than the other. So the more restrictive number applies. Okay, so literally tonight, the example would be the table says front setback of 15 feet, but then references the scenic corridor setback, which on Alpine Road is 75 feet or 50 feet in some places. And so the intent of the code amendments are to preserve the scenic corridor setback. So certainly the point here is to hear feedback from the public and the Planning Commission about the appropriateness of those and how we might construct that. But this is a typical way to write a zoning code. So we are trying to write a district that stands alone and then kind of brings all of the pieces together with the cross references. So I wanted to give that as an example. So always keep in your mind the most restrictive regulation applies. Then briefly, principal uses. These are the uses that are allowed in a zoning district without a conditional use permit. These also can include uses that are required under state law. So the examples here are supportive housing, transitional housing, and the low barrier navigation centers. Those particular uses are required by state law to be a principally permitted use in those zoning districts. Next are conditional uses. Conditional uses are those that are allowed with a conditional use permit, a CUP, and that CUP has to be approved by the Planning Commission in a public hearing. The vast majority, basically every commercial use in town has an individual conditional use permit or kind of like a master conditional use permit that functions for that shopping center. And so all of our commercial uses in town are regulated in one way or another by a conditional use permit. And the last concept I wanted to mention is that of legal non-conforming. And this is when there's a land use that was previously allowed, but due to changes in the code, it is no longer allowed. So this is usually applied to uses when the town intends to phase them out over time. So they continue to exist, they're still legal, but they're non-conforming with the current code. So that's just some groundwork of some of the basic zoning concepts for people to be aware of. So turning now to how the code is actually amended and added to in the packet of materials that are included with the staff report. So it's okay that you can't see all of this. We're just showing you, don't worry. We're just showing you that there's a lot of chapters of the code and most of them stay the same. And a couple of them have amendments to make things consistent. And then there's sections we're going to add. So the first one we're looking at here in the box is adding a zoning district for multifamily residential. So that's what we're going to talk about now. So what's before you for consideration is a new multifamily residential district. And so that's the basic category is multifamily, and there would be 2 levels of multifamily. In a much larger community in a city that has a bigger range, you might have 4 levels of multifamily or 6 levels of multifamily with different densities. Here we're proposing 2 different ones to be consistent with what's in the housing element. So the first one is R-MF4, meaning residential dash multifamily dash 4. 4 stands for up to 4 dwelling units per acre. So this zoning district would allow between 2 and 4 dwelling units per acre. So it would not allow a single family home, but would allow either 2, 3, or 4 units per acre on that site. And this currently applies to the Glen Oaks housing site. And there's a map that's included in the back of your staff report. And I'm going to bring up a map in just a moment as well. Then the second district is the RMF20, same concept, residential, multifamily, 20, allowing up to 20 dwelling units per acre. So the range that we've proposed is the range of between 10 and 20 dwelling units. So this would apply to 2 sites, and that includes 4394 Alpine Road and the Ladera Church affiliated housing site. It's the last property right on the edge of town next to Ladera Church. Both of these districts include basic development standards for discussion. So this is the list of the types of development standards that fall into that category. These basic development standards would create the basic framework of this zoning district. And then our proposal is to come back after January of 2023, when the housing element in this basic zoning is adopted, and create more detailed design standards. And so it's possible to go in and be very specific about what types of design people want to see. So those are the types of things that can become very fine-grained. It's sometimes called a form-based code, where you can regulate really the form of a building to make sure that you're achieving the aesthetic values of a community. So that's a future phase of the work, because there's already a lot that has to be finished by January. So we've pieced that out at a later time so we can give enough time and attention to that step. So this is the map that shows, this is from our housing element, and the sites we're talking about here have the stronger black outline around them. So starting from the top, kind of north on this diagram, Ladera Church at the very edge of town would be multifamily, 20 units per acre. And then Glen Oaks moving down there goes into the 6 units per acre category. And then 4394 Alpine Road also in the 20 units per acre category. And then these are just some pictures, images from other communities to give you a sense of kind of the massing or scale of that type of zoning district. So then the question, what about Ford Field and open space? What about that parcel? If you've been following this discussion, that is an indicated site in our housing element for an affordable housing project on that town-owned property. Not removing the baseball field, but potentially reconfiguring that site to allow the baseball field to continue to maximize open space and to create an affordable housing development there. So as presented right now to the Planning Commission, the site is not proposed to be rezoned to multifamily at this time. The proposal is for the general plan to include and create a gateway land use classification. that would include recreation, affordable housing, and open spaces. Since the town owns this property, we do not have to rezone it because we do not actually have to comply with our own zoning. It's the town's property, and the town can go into partnership with an affordable housing developer and develop that site. The idea here is that a customized approval process for the site would allow greater resident participation and greater customization of that project to make sure that it's fitting into the site and meets the community's expectation. So there would be a future step that would require review by certainly at least the planning commission and the town council, but the town council would have to outline some kind of process to create the steps to actually go through that kind of project. So we think it deserves its own time and attention and shouldn't just have the base zoning district applied to it. So this is a lot of information. I'm going to walk everyone through some of it. So this is a table that's in the draft zoning ordinance. I'm kind of moving some things around on my screen here. If you have the staff report in front of you in paper or electronically, this is on red page 105. So if it's easier to follow there. So I was talking about how there's modern ways to create zoning regulations and tables. So this is an example of that. This is very common now in zoning codes. So you have this table that includes on the left-hand side, all of the different standards. And then you have the two zones in the two other columns. So this is the 4 units per acre zone we were talking about. And then on the right is the 20 units per acre zone. And then each of these little key numbers correspond to something that goes in the diagram. And ultimately in the zoning code, all of this gets published. So members of the public, architects, staff are all seeing these diagrams and can understand them and implement them more smoothly than an old-fashioned zoning code that's all words. So I'm going to hit on some of the key elements of this to highlight for the Planning Commission where we think some of the key policy issues lie. So first, starting with the 4 units per acre indication here. So the density here would be a minimum of 2 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre. There's a footprint for a single building. And so this number is 3,000 square feet. And the idea here is that buildings should be broken up to be more consistent with the fabric of the community. So the way that we read this is that we go over here and we see the number 2, and then we look over here at the diagram. And so you can see that this number 2, that indicates that the maximum of any given building in the zoning district would be 3,000 square feet. You can kind of see here too that there's a relationship to kind of house sizes in Portola Valley. It's not unusual to have house sizes that come in this range. 3,000 square feet as much as up to 6,000 square feet. So this building form has some resonance for the community. The height here is 30 feet or 2 stories. Front setback, minimum of 50 feet. And then this is that cross reference I was talking about earlier. So the more restrictive thing applies. So that chapter requires a larger scenic corridor setback if it's on the scenic corridor. So that number would apply. And then street side setback, if it's a corner, we have very few corner lots, traditional corner lots in town. They're all kind of swoopy, curvy corners, as you all know, 20 feet. And then going down, there's interior side and rear setbacks, building separation. And then something new for the community is private open space. For all of us that have lived in multifamily units or in apartments before, it's very nice to have a private open space, a balcony or a ground level area. So this would require private open space for the first time in the town's history. And then at the bottom, there's a maximum for impervious surface or paved areas in town. We normally use the impervious surface terminology here in our code. And so that is both in regards to the setback area and also total for the lot. And then looking at the next column, I'm sorry, let me move some things around here on my screen. At the next column, so this is the 20 units per acre maximum. So the range there is 10 to 20. And then we've got the footprint for the single building is 6,000. So that's up at that larger end of the types of buildings that we already see in town. Important to note here that what's included here is 3 stories. So there are not other places in town that are 3-story buildings. And then for the setbacks, again, this is the 15 feet, but the scenic corridor setback would apply. Down here to the rear, 30 feet. Creek setbacks would always apply. We have certain places in town where the creek setbacks apply. That would continue to. And then the private open space again, and then the maximum for impervious surface. So that's the way that you can kind of understand this table and the diagram and highlighting a few of the key policy questions. Okay, so we're going to turn next and do the same kind of thing for the mixed use district. And so we're just highlighting here, we're adding a new mixed use district. We're fortunate that our existing code had numbers that were missing that were not used. So we don't have to renumber the entire code to do this. So the mixed use district is applied to only one property, and it allows mixed use residential development between 4 and 6 dwelling units per acre. It's the one side at 4370 Alpine Road, and it would be allowed to be up to 100% dedicated to residential and if there was a new development project. So again, it includes basic development standards that are listed here. And again, we would be proposing detailed design standards after housing element adoption for the next phase. So this is the same map again, and then showing you where this site is. It's the corner property that's located right here at Nathorst and Alpine. So the same kind of table with the same kind of concepts that we were just talking about. Most of them very, very similar. So same thing up here, 4 to 6 units per acre. This one has an FAR, stands for floor area ratio. For members of the public, this is a relationship between the amount of building area that you can build and the area of the lot. And so the way that this is drafted right now is the maximum is 0.18. That's what's in today's code. So this proposal would not increase the amount of commercial development that's allowed on this property. That limit would stay because this excludes residential uses. So residential unit uses could be more intensive, but this would not allow more commercial development than what is allowed today. Then the footprint for a single building in this case is 7,500 square feet, so a little bit larger than the other ones we were just talking about. So any individual building footprint would be limited to 7,500. And that reflects the fact that if you have commercial uses, you're usually going to have a little bit bigger footprint, but 7,500 is still quite small and still has a relationship to the fabric of the community. Importantly here, 3 stories is included for discussion and consideration. Setbacks, again, the scenic corridor setback would trump any smaller setback if that applied in that case. Interior side setbacks are listed so far as 15 feet, rear setback at 30 feet. Creek setbacks would still apply. Building separation, a minimum of 15 feet. I'll say more about that in just a moment. And then private open space again, and a maximum impervious surface at the bottom of the table. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the uses in the mixed use district. So this long list on the right-hand side is also listed on red page 107 of the code. It's a long list of uses. These are the conditional uses that are currently allowed in the CC, the town's commercial zoning district. So almost all of them, except number 2, which are the automobile uses, are already conditional uses in the AP district. So these are not being added. That site is AP, right? That site is AP right now. So this is just reflecting what is already listed in the code as a conditional use. But it's very important to point out that conditional uses are a policy decision. They can be changed. And so the Planning Commission should provide feedback on this particular topic if you think that all of these uses that are currently allowed in the AP should be carried forward into the new mixed use district. Then in regards to off-street parking, our team looked at the zoning requirements, the parking requirements that we already have, and found that the requirements were pretty strong, pretty solid. So we're not recommending any changes based on the size of the units, but we are recommending a different approach to guest parking because we don't have any guest parking requirements for multifamily. We only have them for large single-family homes. So that's the change that you see in, related to vehicle parking. And then for the first time, we're suggesting the possibility of adding bicycle parking. And this is very common in all newer codes. Most have like what are considered to be short-term and long-term bicycle parking. So short-term you can think of as racks, like visitors come up and bike up their bike for a while. And then long-term parking is secure parking, so that people have either bike lockers, bike cages, a place in their garage, someplace else that can be secured. So since we're adding it, we're looking to the Planning Commission to give feedback on, should be that for all new commercial uses? Should we cast a wider net? Or should we just apply that to new multifamily uses? Or should we apply that? Should we have bicycle parking? Okay, so for Planning Commission feedback, this is an important concept that I want everyone to kind of take a moment and think about. And there's a relationship between setbacks, building separation, and height. Okay, so from a practical point of view, the zoning code has to work. In other words, it has to be possible to develop a project that's in compliance with the code. We can't write a code that makes it so that nothing can actually be built, because it has to be feasible to develop the number of units that are in the housing element. So if you increase the setbacks or the building separation too much, then the height has to increase to preserve the feasible development potential. And important note, the Woodside Fire Protection District, the fire marshal, is working on updates to the fire code. And those may include setback requirements, they likely will, and they may include building separation requirements. And so we're going to have more information on that in the coming weeks. But what would be very useful from the Planning Commission this evening and from the public is to receive feedback on how we balance those priorities. So, you know, knowing that more information is coming from the fire district, does the Planning Commission think that increased setbacks are very important? Is there a balance between setbacks and height, or is reduced height truly the most important thing? That kind of discussion would be very helpful. So kind of in summary, we're looking for Planning Commission feedback on whether you think the general structure of the new zoning districts is appropriate, any specific comments on the development standards, particularly this issue of setback and height, any specific comments on the permitted and conditional uses, and on the off-street parking and bicycle parking. So for next steps, the staff and consultant team is currently preparing part 2 of the zoning code amendments that would codify the affiliated housing program and the Optin single family rezoning program. So we're working on that now to bring forward to you at a future meeting. We're going to have, we think it'll be the series of meetings that are described in the slide before, where I talked about the upcoming meetings. Again, subject to change, depending on how things go with HCD. And then the Planning Commission will provide recommendations on all the draft zoning code amendments. And then the Town Council will ultimately review for adoption in January of 2023. Then after adoption, we'll be preparing more detailed design standards for the new zoning districts and return back to the Planning Commission for review in early 2023 on those. So this is the end of my presentation. I know that it's technical. I've tried to simplify it as much as we can. I'm happy to get into more technical information based on questions and comments. And again, our technical team is here to help me answer any of those questions. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Laura. Definitely clear and gives us a framework to start with. Okay, so just to remind people, we're going to take clarifying questions from the commissioners right now to Laura and the staff. Then we'll open it up to public input. Then we'll come back to the commission and kind of discuss where our heads are at and what, what we're thinking, any direction we want to give to staff so they can do another round and maybe even discuss things if we have a lot of differences in opinion. You want to go first, Judith?
Sure. So Laura, some of this is background. If this isn't the right venue, feel free to tell me, you'll get back to me, whatever. But some of the backgrounder that you started on, and I'm just going in kind of chronological order from page 95. There's a mention on red page 97 about HCD or the state prioritizing built out, or sorry, vacant sites not built out. Do you know the policies? It's just cost benefit, cost issues?
I'm sorry, could you say what again?
Red-
I'm on page.
Red page 97, restrictions on sites. It says the state modified selection criteria to prioritize vacant sites. I'm just kind of wondering about the policy background there.
It's hard to know for sure. The way that it's been interpreted by myself and my colleagues is that they had data that demonstrated that sites less than 1/2 acre are unlikely to be feasible for affordable housing development, and that sites that are 10 acre or more have a lot of complexity to do developments. And so they consider this to be sort of the ideal range of what's suitable for affordable housing development.
But vacant versus built out, that's, I mean, it's probably could cost you a lot to get to reconfigure built out sites.
Yes, and that you would have existing uses, existing leases, things like that.
Complexity,
Mhm.
okay. Thank you.
Complexity.
Mullen default density, I don't know what the alternative is. Is it something that like no one in their right mind tries to use?
That's a great description. No one in
Okay.
their right mind has tried to use. The only places that I think would be able to create a justification for something different would be those that have a very long history of development projects and a lot of data to pull from.
I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And it says the HCD does not appear willing to adjust for physical constraints. But like, where's that from? Have they visited? Have they opined? Do we know directly, or is this indirect information?
We know, I guess you would call it indirectly.
Okay.
I would say this, I was in regular communication with representatives on the committee that developed the methodology to assign the RENA numbers.
Okay.
And so I had conversations with them about what they were analyzing and what they were considering. And so at that time, I encouraged those representatives to talk about fire safety, slope, topography, septic systems, and the consensus of that committee, which was a large, region-wide committee, was that those issues could reasonably be overcome. And so they took them into consideration somewhat, but not in the way that perhaps we, the town, wish they would have.
So the multi-use district on page 99, red page 99, it said, and you mentioned this, it requires at least 50% of the floor area to be residential and will allow for 100% to be dedicated to residential. I'm trying to think about this in the context of 4370 Alpine. Because right now you've got the offices and no housing. So are we talking about rezoning the whole property entirely? Because right now we only have a limited number of residences there, or that planned there. So you could allow up to 100%, but to maintain the look and feel, right now, if you built out the expected number of units, would that be 50/50? Is it floor area based? Like, how do you
Um,
calculate 50/50 or 100?
Right now, the way we have it drafted, it would be floor area
Floor area,
based.
okay.
And we haven't analyzed the existing floor area of the commercial buildings.
Okay.
Certainly one potential approach to that site would actually be to leave the commercial buildings at the front of the site as they are. And then behind the small creek, in the underutilized portion, build residential there.
Yeah.
That is a possibility.
Yeah.
And so I think it's probably our technical team would need to look at these numbers and the percentages before we finalized it.
Okay, but that, because I think a lot of the expectation about, oh, that number of units could fit in that space in the back. But this seemed to open it up to the whole site could be really reconfigured and really used in a very different way. So
Mhm.
I'm trying to figure out, is there a path to just saying those limited number of residences in that back area? And that's the change, or like, I'm trying to think about, I'm getting very confused thinking about how to fit together maybe the current uses or similar uses relative to the housing. Do we have
Okay,
control over that?
So it's different ways to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be possible for the way all of this is drafted, for the property owner to come in and to propose to demolish the existing commercial buildings and develop the whole site with a mix of commercial and residential, or all residential.
Mhm.
So that would be at the discretion of that property owner to make that choice, the way that this is drafted. They could alternatively add residential to the front if there was space for it to add to the commercial, or they could develop residential in the back and keep all of the commercial as it is. So any of those range of possibilities would be possible the way that this is laid
Okay,
out.
so we really need to think about this as a roadmap to any of the above
Any of the above.
approaches.
Mhm.
Do we know, have there been consultations with the property owners in these districts?
Yes, I've had conversations with all of the property owners or their representatives.
Okay.
So all of the property owners were notified of these proposed code amendments
Mhm.
and invited to participate. So I think some of them are on the Zoom this
Okay,
evening.
great.
And I'll follow up with them afterwards and make sure they're aware.
The bicycle parking, it sounds like we have a lot of flexibility, but it's kind of a recommended practice to be more inclusive of bicycles.
Yeah, it's in all the kind of more modern codes. So it's also changing the way we think about the way we regulate. And so parking is not just for cars anymore.
Yeah. When, so you mentioned the fire code. What about the general safety element? Because I'm trying to figure out the timelines of these different tracks and when they come together. Do you have any comments on that?
I spend at least an hour a day thinking about that.
Yeah.
And it's very complicated. Cara and I talk about it all the time. So this is the best information, okay, that we
Yep.
have right now.
Yep.
The housing element really does have to be finished by January of 2023.
Mhm.
And Cara can talk about the consequences of that if people are interested this evening, but that's the base assumption.
Mhm.
And then the safety element, we have been developing in conjunction with the housing element so that there's alignment. So the housing element has been informed by all of the early safety element analysis. The safety element is now in draft form, is released for public comment.
Mhm.
And the relevant town committees are meeting on that. And then they have several months to review the safety element and further develop it with local knowledge. And then we're going to get comments back from them hopefully in January of 2023, at the same time that we're finishing up the housing element, making sure there's nothing that contradicts and making any adjustments if anything contradicts. And then for the fire district's work, they have like 3 different pieces of work that
Okay.
are really relevant. One of them is the fire code. And that is adopted every 3 years, like the building code is. So we're on the cycle for the fire code. And so we expect the fire marshal to be sharing information with the town and with the public over the next few weeks about what's going to be in the draft fire code. The town ultimately has to adopt it for it to go into effect in town. So we don't know exactly what the timing of that will be yet, but it'll be over the next couple of months. And then the fire district is also working on their own mapping of our very high fire severity districts. And also that will be coming in the next few months. And then they also are working on implementation of other state laws. So we're working to coordinate these things together so that the documents are aligned. And if we have any surprises in the fire mapping or in the fire district's recommendation, we can kind of go back and make any adjustments into these. So I hope that helps to see the whole picture.
Certainly underscores the complexity, that's for sure.
Yes.
With that. Okay. Let's see. So there are some references to the safety code or fire safety. Are those pretty comprehensive? I didn't go back and check like which pieces are in and which might not be in there. Is the intent to generally reference all of the fire safety, general safety provisions?
Are you talking about in the code amendments? There's like in the condition section?
It was read page 106. Yeah,
Yeah, in the conditions, yeah.
very high fire severity zone shall comply with defensible space requirements, et
Mhm.
cetera. But the idea is that will be a comprehensive set of cross references to the safety code.
Yes, that's our intent.
Mhm.
And these things are really probably restating what's going to be required someplace else also,
Okay.
but just for clarity.
Okay.
And we're looking ahead because we're looking ahead to when there's a new very high fire severity zone map. So this is
Okay.
kind of a placeholder when the new map comes online.
Okay. Those were my initial questions. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Great. Are you ready, John? Anything?
Yeah, I can go. So, couple of general general questions. So I'm hoping, I know I'll hit some of them specifically when we get there. But I was kind of, one of the things I noted as I was going through it was trying to figure out what was really optional or where we had flexibility versus we had none, right? So, and I would, the category in there was, we had that new low barrier navigation center. I'd never heard of that. And it's like, well, do we want that or not? And it's like, oh, we don't have any choice on that. So trying to understand the cases where we have a choice and flexibility versus, what's fixed. I think that also applies as we're going through this, and you did hit on this a couple of times, is what's already in the code. And we're just making it consistent versus we're actually adding something new. And I think that's really helpful, certainly helpful to me, and I suspect the public on trying to interpret what we have, because I do not keep all of that in my head in terms of what's current. Question around, so one of the things that we've been struggling with is, Judith mentioned it, is we've got all these pieces of the general plan. My question is, some of the pieces that we're talking about changing, I think are legal requirements. So like I would put the housing pretty much as a legal requirement. I'm pretty sure we'll get into some fire code stuff that's legal. My question is, when we talk about having the general plan be consistent, are we going to, all the things that I'm assuming are legal requirements, we're going to have to bend the rest of the general plan if they're inconsistent to line up with the legal requirements? Is that a true statement? I guess I'm going down this, we have to make I guess I was going down this, okay, is it making sense to get the legal ones done first? And then go in and do the cleanup is kind of where I was going with that in terms of what has to be done and what doesn't have to be done.
I think that's close. I would just say it, I think slightly different.
Oh, good, because that wasn't very good.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this is.
Okay.
Okay, so we are amending the housing element according to state law on a timeline that we have to meet. We're amending the safety element, which is also required to be amended right now, but doesn't have the same strict timeframe. But we do have to do it now. We just don't have to finish it by January, like we have to finish the housing element. Then we're required by state law to have all of the elements of the general plan be consistent. So there will be, I would call them cleanup items in other parts of the general plan to make them consistent with the housing element. Not so much with the safety element because of the nature of the safety element. So we are preparing amendments to the land use element to bring forward some of the things that are in the housing element that need to be reflected in the land use element. So that's also happening right now and will also come before the Planning Commission. So then you'll be able to see the housing element, the other elements of the general plan, and the zoning, how they all fit together. So in that series of meetings, you'll kind of get the whole package. Is that helpful?
Yes. So if we look at, let's go into the new multifamily residential. And then just, can you do a little bit of the, on the preamble on that, is that all standard?
What page are you on?
Sorry, I'm on red page 103, 1815, kind of a 010 intention and principal uses permitted. Are those, do they fall into the bucket of these are pretty much standard? They're not really doing anything new. These are consistent with current, that kind of thing.
Okay, let me kind of talk everyone through it a little bit,
Okay.
if that's helpful. Okay, so for the intention and applicable regulations, we drew inspiration from the other sections that start our other zoning districts and sort of took language. So we wrote this, but based on examples that we already have in our code. Okay, so that's like the intention and the applicable regulations, that paragraph. Then for the A through H, so we're talking about the development standards and there's all these cross references. So that's where we're bringing forward the other sections of the code that also apply to these districts. And so these, and this is a question from Commissioner Haskell to me. It was, so we weren't really intending tonight at this level to get into each one of these cross references. But we can figure out if there's a way that we can help you to kind of analyze those cross references. But basically we're just saying, here's all the other sections of the code that still apply. Because otherwise it's not that clear when people are trying to use this section of the code. So this is also part of having a modern zoning code that you go one place and see everything that you're looking for instead of having to go all over the code. And then, so this is like restating all of our existing regulations. Then under principal uses that are permitted, where this is also drawing on the way our code is written. So we're saying uses permitted in this section over here, which is just a list of like, it says like streets and you know what I mean? Like, yeah, of course, that, that has to be there. And then single family dwellings. And under state law, that has to include residential care facilities. And then multifamily dwellings, that's new, that's what we're adding. And then supportive housing, transitional housing, and low barrier navigation centers are all uses required by the state. So if we have a multifamily zone, those uses have to be permitted uses. And then same thing, cross-reference, temporary uses as in another section. And then public schools when they're in the general plan. Okay, then the conditional uses, again, there's a cross-reference, but basically we're just adding the other things that are in other sections of the code. We're carrying them forward for consistency. And then the thing that we're adding here, and this is for discussion and additional development. In this district, we are adding the stable, comma, boarding, which has a definition in our zoning code. And this is being added, proposal, so that the existing use at the Glen Oaks Equestrian Center would not become legal non-conforming. So then it would be an official conditional use in that zoning district. So it wouldn't put any additional regulatory barriers on that use for that use to continue if, until, or if there's a housing project that went forward there. So that's something that we added intentionally there. And then accessory uses are just the cross references again.
Okay, one thing I did note when I was comparing this with the like, you know, 1815-020 with 1823-020, under the single family dwellings, including residential care facilities, they're not the same.
So that's a good catch. Yeah, it should. we should,
And there's at
yeah.
least a third reference that has a different number when there's, whether they're specifying the number of people involved.
Okay.
So I don't know what it should be, but they probably should all be the same.
Yeah, so I think that's a cleanup for us to make sure that there's consistency in how we're describing things throughout. That's great.
Okay, now if we look at the first table,
Could you give us the red page
that would be
number?
red page, sorry, red page 105.
Okay.
So if you look through this, what would be common with the current kind of, you know, similar zoning or stuff in the vicinity versus what would be new on this table?
Okay.
And
this
if you
is-
can't, if you can't do it off the top of your head and we want to do it, just follow on.
Yeah, we can, what I'm thinking is maybe there's some way that next time around we can annotate this more for you. Like just give you a whole bunch of notes and explanations. I think that might be helpful.
Especially on things like the setbacks and that, where are they new? And those are going to cause concern to people. And, you know, what's happening on the residential property nearby or the CC property nearby. You know, I guess the neighboring areas is what I'm looking.
Okay, so
And so we're trying to figure out, is this going to be a big change to that area or not?
Okay. I think that's a great way to think about it. Thank you. We are creating these from scratch. And so we tried to create things that bring forward the best practices and have some relationship to the types of standards we want to have in town. None of them are going to be directly comparable, but we can provide you examples of what are the standards nearby it.
Yeah.
Right? So you can think about the consistency with the neighborhood. Okay, we can definitely do that. Are there any in particular that you wanted me to talk about, or I can see if we can answer any questions about?
I'm thinking the setbacks are going to be a big one. And I think some of them, the stories, right? How many stories? And I think it's not just the number of stories, it's the maximum height. So if we, you know, for instance, if we have a higher maximum height in some areas but we only allow 2 stories, then if we put 3 stories in the same height, that's not making as big an impact on the neighborhood type of thing.
Right. Okay, so an example would be like in the RMF 20 zone, right? We've got right now the maximum height being 42 feet and 3 stories. So you would want to know like what's our normal height limit is, you know, 34 at a maximum height. Right? Or,
Yeah.
or 28, like what's the relationship
Yes.
between what we have and what we're proposing here?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And then there's work still to be done about how to minimize third stories in places where there has to be a third story. There probably are some places to make this feasible where there's going to have to be, but it doesn't have to be a complete third story. It can be partial third stories, or it can be third stories that are minimized within a roof form.
Right.
I've shown you some of those pictures in the past.
Yeah,
So it just looks like a roof, but doesn't look like maybe dormer windows and things like that.
Yeah, so I was assuming that at some future point, when we look at some of these properties, you know, we may have to do if we have a 15-foot setback, then versus a 50-foot setback, one implies 2 stories, one implies 3 stories, right? So that we sort of think of that as what's the option that we're looking at here. That is, we're not talking that, I don't think that's too big an ask because we're not talking that many properties here. And we have to fit in our numbers that fit into the housing plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. And I would, I'm just thinking, Monica from Lisa Weiss Consultants did a lot of feasibility analysis for us for the housing element committee. And I think it would be, I think we could kind of look at those models, right, Monica, and think about this relationship between the height and the setback and making sure it continues to be feasible.
Absolutely, Laura. Hi, I'm Monica Siblick, Senior Associate with Lisa Wise Consulting. And we've been working with the staff for the last few months of the housing element project. And part of what we did in developing the density ranges is test out, okay, what could this look like? What are some potential site plans? And I believe you were shown some of those over the summer. And so what we did is use those to sort of test out, well, if this is the kind of site plan that may be palatable to the community, what are the critical dimensions here? In combination with what are the setbacks that are existing on that parcel for a lower density residential use? And to what extent can we retain those existing setbacks so that the quality of the built form is as consistent as it can be with the context? And we can certainly continue to use those concept site plans and models as we develop the design standards to really fine tune or to add more depth to the basic development standards that we see here.
Great.
I hope that I'm speaking to what you had asked Laura and speaker.
Yes, I think that covered it. Thank you. One of the things I'm sure that's going to come up is as we set these, what's the potential for the concessions that a developer might get from us, right? So in our minds, we're setting it up as 2 stories of this certain height. And then I'd like to know what could that be with some of these concessions, right? Because we may say, I could see us saying, oh, you know, we want a big setback and we can live with the 3 stories. And I don't want that to become 4 stories type of thing. So that's part of as we're laying out the scenario, where could it go? Question about the separation. So the separation is going to be interesting to understand. How does that affect what can be done on these properties? And what does that really mean? I'm still fuzzy on that, actually, on separation. You know, is it fine if we just attach the buildings together or put a covered walkway between them, or we have
1
to-
2 by 4 across here.
Yeah, you know, what really, how does that play out on that? But I guess that's part of the discussion on how is this all going to play out, and we'll get some more input from the fire marshals on that. You actually picked up a ton of it in your presentation. So
Oh, good.
I'm actually eliminating.
What I try to do.
Oh, I did think on red page 108. Personal offices pursuant to the following provisions. I'm guessing sub-item 4 should also include M-U. If I'm reading it correctly.
Yes, it should.
Okay,
This is, the personal office section is directly out of our existing code.
right. So we've got to add it for the new
Yep.
zone. I did not understand number 6 in that same section, personal offices. I don't know that I need to understand it, but it was, if it's out of the current code, then it's probably just fine.
It's out of the current code and it's only come up one time in the 4 years I've been here.
Okay. Oh, there was a G on that. G on that section was where we got the residential care discrepancy again.
Got it? Thank
That's a
you.
different number. Look at that.
I think it's because if it's 7 or more individuals, it's a conditional use. And if it's 6 or less, it's a permitted use. But we'll double check.
One thought I had, have we considered charging stations on some of these uses? And do you think that will impact anything?
The building code
Yeah.
requires charging stations now for these types of uses. So I don't know the exact numbers, but that's
It's already
part of the
covered.
building
Okay.
code.
Oh, the bicycle parking. I think I'm on the end here. You think that's good? Is that likely to be a big deal? I mean, there's a lot of specifications of size and width, and is that something very onerous on our businesses or?
In my experience, I've implemented code section that's very similar to this in another city. And if you don't have specifications for it, it is hard to implement. But with specifications, you just plan it into your site plan and then it's not a big deal.
And it doesn't, usually it's a small enough space that it doesn't really impact what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's a
Cool.
relatively small number of spaces for what we're talking about here, because our projects are relatively small.
Gotcha.
I've worked on projects that require 200 bicycle parking. I mean, that's different, but we're talking about 4 at a time.
Okay, that's my
Great.
question.
Okay, Nicholas, you're up. This is clarifying question time for Laura and the staff.
Yeah, I think frankly, Vice Chair Golden hit on an important point, and that is when we're thinking about what the world is going to be and how it looks and how it feels, it's not what we have here necessarily at all, but how it looks under state density bonus and streamlining and some of the flexibility that has recently been added in. And it adds an extra dimension or maybe 2 in how to think about what we're doing. I value some response to how we might think about density bonus, something like Buffy Wick's statute, what is it, AV 2011 and SB 6 as well, in terms of height, setback, density, intensity. As I understand what we're doing, it all looks pretty standard. There are kind of some nibbles around the edges. What do we do about basements, for example? Who doesn't like bicycles? Charging stations are required. At this point, we can push setbacks back another 5 feet, 10 feet, depending on how we feel there are massing questions that would be helpful. But really, I think the kind of ball of wax for me is how to think about the new flexibility in increased density and relaxation of height limitations that we have. In some cases around, I think that we're within a half mile of bus stops. And I see Kara shaking her head, so that'd be helpful to know. So, there's the point that John called out is something that I need help in thinking through with what we're proposing here.
Great.
And
Any-
I'd appreciate the thoughts of the planning director in how to think about that, or more importantly, how you're thinking about that and making the suggestions that you have.
So we have talked about density bonus a fair amount in the Housing Element Committee and with this group at different times. So I think what we should do is just freshen back up on that, right? Give you back kind of the memo and reintroduce the concepts. There are concepts in density bonus law that fall into two categories. One is called concessions, and those are limited and they have a certain kind of definition. And then there's another one called waivers. And it's confusing about how those different ones apply because waivers can be unlimited for certain affordable housing projects or projects with a affordable housing component that reaches a certain number. So I think what we'll do then is give you a refresher on the density bonus materials and try to provide you some additional analysis so that you can conceptualize it better.
I'm actually pretty good at the elements, and it'd probably be useful generally. I'd like to know, and we're doing this, how are you thinking about the density bonuses and the new flexibility in putting forward the zoning framework that you're suggesting here? It's like I think that I can have all sorts of imagination about what it would look like, but I'm really looking for how you're thinking about it and how you see that as potentially playing out.
So the way that I think about it is that the state laws have created a very complex web, and it's hard to combine them together and anticipate results. And so there's a lot of, for me as a planning professional, there's a lot of discomfort around that because I can't provide to the community, solid advice about what we think is going to happen, because we don't know when developers are going to come in with a certain amount of affordable units and then request concessions and waivers under density bonus law. So we can't take density bonus into consideration for planning for our housing element. So we can't assume that there's going to be density bonus applications and then count those units. And so we're kind of required by state law to separate it, but that's not real for us as we think about real implications.
That's right. So, and I'm very sympathetic to the complexity that's associated with it. And I also recognize that we can't take it into consideration within the context of our RHNA number and how we address the allocation. But we probably can take it into consideration within the context of the types of zoning that we are putting forward and what some of the flexibility is that we're automatically building in. And I guess that's what I would like some help with. On a project by project basis, I'm pretty adept. The question is, if we're looking at this at a higher plannerly standpoint, I need some help in how to think about it. And this may be a Monica question, if you can start as you're building out examples of what the different setbacks and height might look like. We might think about that also in terms of what that might look like in terms of some of the flexibility that's available on a project by project basis.
So
And what responses we might actually have from a zoning perspective to maintain some degree of control over our the look and feel and character of the town.
So I think the challenge though is that we can't anticipate what concessions or waivers applicants may request. And so we can't, I mean, we can do modeling, but we can't model or anticipate all of those different combinations.
Definitely.
So I guess what I would say is we could do some additional analysis, but we would need some guidance from the Planning Commission on what you're looking for. And then I can go back with Cara and we can look at some of the best practices for the density bonus section of our code and see if there's anything we can strengthen there. But the way that the law operates, it's very, it's very difficult to anticipate that.
If I may, one consideration might be to determine what type of density bonus we would expect to see on the few sites that we have already zoned or that we are anticipating to be zoned multifamily zoning, right? So with a 20 unit per acre site, again, there aren't many sites that we are designating 20 units per acre, but I would not think that 100% affordable housing project would go in on those sites. I would think the maximum would be perhaps a 20% affordable. And so that then we could determine with that extra density what a model would look like. In terms of would that be an extra story or could that be accommodated on the site with some other adjustments. So we could model something like that. But if you think that a 50% density or 100% density bonus is something that you would like to see modeled or that you think would be a reasonable market-based project, then we would need to know that because that's not what we're anticipating for these sites.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't have and I think we might need some developer expertise. That is to say, you and I can make up with the assumptions, but it feels a little bit like we're kind of planning into a vacuum, into a world that we know is going to be very different. And the question is, one, and the director's comments are a good one, that it may be helpful to be thinking about what our density bonus section is going to look like so that we know what it is with some degree of confidence of what we might reasonably expect. And also getting some guidance as to what the market is likely to produce, recognizing that we don't have anything like metaphysical certainty. But with that knowledge, the question would be, what is the appropriate policy response in crafting our zoning districts and the limitations on them so that we can, so we won't be disappointed with what we might reasonably end up with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's something we're all going to have to struggle with and figure out the way to think about it ourselves, the way to talk about it to our fellow residents.
So
do you have
planning
any
director,
other clarifying
hold on a second, planning director, does that make sense to you? Do you understand what I'm asking for?
I think I understand what you're asking for. I'm not sure how to structure that kind of analysis. So I have to think about that and think about, what's possible for, how we can analyze that. But yeah, I think
That's all that I'm asking for. I mean, that's to say, I recognize that what I'm asking for isn't trivial, but I do need some help. And frankly, I think anybody who says that they don't need help in understanding the web of complexity, as I think you eloquently said, isn't paying close enough attention. So, thank you.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. Any other questions?
And I have two follow-up questions on this, but let me know when you want.
Okay, if they go with this, go right ahead.
Just to clarify on this for the public's benefit, the density bonus, if we say there's a maximum of 3 stories, but in order to satisfy the density bonus, the only way is 4 stories, would the zoning code be superseded in order to give effect to the density bonus? That's, the 4th story that might be needed to give them their bonus.
Yes, that could be possible.
But could we have the decision-making thing? Could we, let's say they get the bonus, then do we get to decide whether they get something in addition to the zoning, but we could decide if it's a 3rd story or an extra 10 feet into the side? Or does the builder get to pick how they get their extra units squished in there?
The builder can request different concessions and waivers. And so it's usually based on their request, but this is again, I'm a little bit hesitant to get too far down this path without us providing you that information back again, like what the requirements are for the concessions and what the requirements are for the waiver and the intent of the 2 different buckets. So I feel like this is something that I'd like to give you more information before we get too far down the path. But is it possible for there to be something like a significant reduction in setback or significant increase in height? Yes, it is possible.
I just want to clarify that, just to keep that out there as something to circle back on. The other one is pretty quick, I think. For Glen Oaks, you've got the conditionally permitted use. But if I recall correctly, if there is the number of housing units built of 18 or 19, that effectively is not compatible with an equestrian use. Is that what we're thinking right now?
That is my best understanding
Yeah.
based on
Okay.
the information available. If the site were developed for housing by the property owner, that the equestrian use would not be able to continue.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Great. I had a few questions. One is in this general category that's similar to what other people ask. We don't have a set square footage for these units on each site, right? So how do we know when we've, made a setback and a height limit that the units can still fit in there, right? If we squish, pretty soon you could only build a telephone booth. And, maybe 20 of them, but wouldn't be, the state wouldn't allow it, but it also wouldn't be a good place to live. How are we going to think through these trade-offs, and when do we know that the units are a good size?
That's a great question. So when we have been working on this, we have worked together. The staff team has provided Monica and her team some kind of assumptions in the modeling. And we assumed units for multifamily, what could be considered on the larger side compared to a lot of communities, because we were trying to anticipate the needs in this community and the goals of this community, kind of circling back to seniors that want to stay in the community, younger people who want to return or stay, and the workforce. So thinking about those 3 categories, what are the different housing needs of those categories? So we went a little bit on the larger side. Some communities would be planning, 500 square foot, 1 bedrooms, and 700 square foot, 2 bedrooms. And so really on the small side. So these are assumptions that we're putting into the model, that we're trying to think through what's the right approximations, so that we can figure out what would work. But this is all in the modeling. We want to make sure it's feasible. So we want to be kind of a little bit conservative and try to hit those 3 buckets of people. Then when developers actually come in, it would be for the property owners move forward with the project. Actually, in this case, most likely our existing property owners would go forward with something. It would be, they would look at their own program and pro forma for who they're trying to serve. right? So Ladera Church may seek to serve families. So they might have units with multiple bedrooms, so they're going to be bigger, right? And then another use may focus on senior units. Maybe that's a really nice one bedroom, right? And so then, you know, we see what actually comes out. We just don't want to create zoning districts that either force all of the units to be too small, or kind of allow them to all be too big. Right. We're trying to get a mix across the different areas.
Right. So is this how it's going to work? The public and us will kind of give you our criteria, like, you know, the most important thing to me is setbacks, then height, then this, then that. And then you'll take those and say, okay, well, if we did that, we could come up with 6 units, kind of like this. And we'll look at it and say, okay, this seems kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, we still would have design review on these projects the way that we're anticipating it. So these projects wouldn't have a conditional use permit, but they would have design review by the ASCC. And so, you know, there could be some ways, you know, especially with a developer that wants to work with the community to kind of say, what about this, shift that, what do you think about that? So hopefully that would continue to be part of the way development is done in this community. So I think that's possible. I mean, I think, is there another part, I'm sorry, of your question that I'm not getting to?
Yeah, no, I just feel like it's going to be so iterative, and I wish I could we could get to the answer faster without just iterating and iterating. You know, a lot of us would like to kind of make the setbacks plenty big and the heights plenty low. I just don't know how far we can squish that before, well, the units aren't, that's not reasonable.
Oh, okay. I think we can, that's going to be part of the modeling, right? And so when we get to the discussion, we want to kind of hear from the planning commission and, you know, from the public, what are the priorities? Like, how do you want us to think about that modeling? Do you want us to, we want to make sure for fair housing purposes that we have the range of unit sizes. I see. So that kind of accommodates the range of different types of people and different household types. So that's important that across our housing element and our zoning code, we allow the range. And then, so we need to keep that in mind always. But we can model if you want to say, smaller units are okay with us, right? Not all small, but smaller is okay. Like maybe we should crunch them down a little bit and keep our setbacks bigger, right? That's the kind of feedback that would help us now to go back and do the next step.
Okay, so maybe, I'm not sure if it's today, but after we get input from the public and we discuss and we kind of talk about our priorities, it sounded like Monica's was capable, or the firm's capable of then taking that info and coming back and showing us kind of sizes of units or types of things. And then we can respond to that and say, oh no, those are huge. Let's not do that. Or, oh, those are awful puny.
Yeah, I think we can do some of that. Monica, we can do, I mean, Monica has the capability of doing that. We want to keep it, we want to keep the process as focused as we can.
Good. I like that.
So yes, we can do that if we stay focused.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see my other just specific ones. I didn't see basements as a horizontal line. Do we need to talk about whether basements are allowed in these areas?
We should talk about it. I'd be happy to receive any feedback.
Okay, or make it a category in the zoning. And you know, I know in Portola Valley, we like modest massing. That's why you can't put all your floor area into one building. You have to make an ADU or some other things. But as the fire code might evolve to bigger separation distances, it actually pushes us to make more single buildings, right? So there's not separate buildings kind of inefficiently using a site. One, I guess, is that a sensible way to think of it? And then it might push me to larger massing than what we typically thought of in Portola Valley.
This is a really important consideration. And so I'll just elaborate this a little bit for everyone, if I may. There's 2 things to think about. There's setbacks. So that's around the perimeter of the lot.
Mhm.
And then there's building separation between the buildings on the lot. And this is something I'll be working with the fire marshal on and can bring you back like additional feedback from the fire district. But we've been, as the community has been talking about building separation, those two issues have been kind of conflated and confused because you might have building separation that results because both buildings have a setback. And then you add up those two setbacks and you get a building separation between them. But in zoning, we talk about the relationship to the property line. And so that's the setback. And then separately, a separate issue is building separation between buildings on the lot. And our understanding from the Housing Element Committee and my understanding from this community is that there is a preference for smaller buildings as opposed to one larger building
Mhm.
to break up some of that massing. So that's what we're gonna have to work through in this process.
Sounds good. And then just a tiny question. Is the parking for e-bikes the same as regular bikes? Do they fit in the same structures or do you have to accommodate e-bikes? I know a lot of people that are riding e-bikes in Portola Valley because it's hilly.
That's a great question. Monica, do you happen to know the best practice today for that? I don't know.
Bike parking should work for e-bikes. I can dig into that a little bit further for you. But that's my understanding.
They do work. It's the same.
Yeah. So we would just have to make sure that we're not doing anything, that prohibits a good application of that.
Okay, I think that's all my question part. Great. Okay, no more questions from me. So we'll open it up to the public now. So this is a chance for the public to give us input before we start talking and discussing and seeing where we are and what we want for next steps and how we're going to think about this in the future. So as always, we'll have people in here or people on Zoom. Let's see, I see a Zoom hand already, so let me call on that one first and then I'll go back and forth from.
Okay,
So-
so just a couple things, if I can through the chair.
Yeah.
We are going to try to use the timer if the chair would like us
Yes,
to.
I would like the
Um,
timer.
And we appreciate everybody's grace and patience if it doesn't work, because we're getting used to this setup. And then what we typically do, if you're new to this, is that everybody gives their comments and their questions first. And then I'll keep track of the questions that we can answer. And then after all of the public comment, I will attempt to answer questions with our team. So it's not like it's not a back and forth with questions. We do all of that after the public comment.
Great. Yeah, and then after that, we'll come back to the commission. We'll discuss it after that. Okay, great. So, 3 minutes. Each person. But shorter is better. If you got a really good point and you can just really blurt it out there, that's the best. Okay, David Cardinal on Zoom.
Sure, thanks. It'll be short. First of all, I think we have a fundamental asymmetry in the way we discuss these issues. We put our town staff up there as the shock troops to defend policy when really they're just doing the best they can to implement the policies that we've asked them to. So I would love to see presentations before this body and any other be chaired or presented by a chair, co-chair, or representatives of the committee with support from the staff. Otherwise, I think they get put in a weird position where they're trying to defend a year of work by citizens based on their technical expertise. So I think that needs to be fixed, or they're going to get blamed for everything. Related to that, I think we're really lucky, based on what we have heard tonight, for example, from Cara and Laura, to have the staff we do, to be honest, and they don't have to work here. And I think a lot of residents take that for granted. I mean, we're a small town and we, really, I don't know, we nickel and dime and pester a lot of people who work here. And I don't know, I hope they continue to, and I hope we respect them. And I hope other residents on the committees take responsibility for the policies we want to enact and don't continue to make the staff be the defenders of policies that are required by law or imposed upon them. Thanks. That's all. Dave Cardinal.
Okay, thanks, Dave. We'll go in the room, right? Got to come to the mic, so we get it on the recording, so people, 5 years from now, people are going to be listening to this and they want to know the key input that made us think this or that.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. One is, why are we proceeding on working on these proposed zoning districts when it's they're so ambiguous? Like it says 15 feet on the chart, but we're really not going to go 15 feet. Why are not we working on a new district that we can actually work with? And like, say for the mixed use, okay, so it's so ambiguous, what could possibly be built there? We're looking for housing, keep it to the 6 houses. Why are we messing around with, mixed use? What is the point of that? And also another question, if for some reason the mixed use goes through with, and even offices are allowed, there's 6 units an acre. Is that 6 units, like 3 could be houses, 3 could be business or, offices? Or are we talking about in addition to? What is exactly, I can't find anything that explains that. But my biggest thing is, why are we making this so hard? Let's start from scratch instead of working around, all this stuff that we've been given. And not that you haven't done a good job doing it, because you explained very well what, each district shows at this point. But I think it's silly that we're trying to work around this. Why aren't we starting new districts that work with our neighborhoods? And since the country offices are surrounded by residential, why are we even thinking of putting any kind of commercial or allowing people to apply to put commercial in there? Keep it to the 6 units an acre at the most. And what's so hard about working on that? Another thing I'd like to say, I have a few minutes. Okay, so for the property next to Roberts, the amount of units that apparently, from what I understand, there could be 40 units there with at least 40, correct? 42 units that could be built there. Now, that's 85 cars at least. Now, the Hawthorne property is being developed across the street, and there's going to be parking right there too. We're going to have an immense amount of cars going at the most busy intersection in town. There's got to be some way we can remediate this. It's going to be dangerous. There's no evacuation plan. There's no evacuation route if there was a plan. There's only 2 streets. And anyway, I think we have to work on this a lot more, and it would be a lot easier if we start from scratch rather than trying to work through other plans that are already somewhat made up, but that don't fit with our requirements. Thanks.
I'll go to a Zoom caller now, and then I'll come back here. Let me go to Rita.
Hi, thank you for taking my comments. I guess they're kind of just clarifications. I'm looking at the map on red page 116, where it has the different sites colored, and where it says vacant portion of Ford Field. I believe there are 2 large trees there with a plaque underneath those trees calling it Dorothy Ford Park. And so the field is where people play baseball or whatever, and that's right smack down on Westridge and Alpine Road. So perhaps this could be updated. And I also noticed on page 116 that the Stanford Wedge is highlighted, but then on page 117, it's not even there listed in the number of units. So I'm not sure, by having it on page 116, does it mean that it's also under the umbrella of all of these suggested proposals under this plan that you're proposing tonight, all these zoning changes? I'm not sure how that works. How is it counted on one map and not counted on another map, but then counted in our 200+ units? And my other thing is, you're talking about buildings that are going to be 3 stories and 4 stories high. And maybe I don't remember correctly, but I think the messages from the fire department was that they didn't have ladders to help those people if there were 3-story and 4-story buildings in our town, especially as, you know, Ellen just pointed out, that there's no evacuation plan. So it, you know, had to have these things down the street for anyone in this town without an evacuation plan. It makes it hard with no safety plan, safety element plan. It's just hard to listen to. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Was there a comment? Go ahead, come up to the mic if you don't mind. And we like it when people give their names, but you aren't required, actually.
Thank you. Ron Eastman. I live on Applewood Lane, just a short, small cul-de-sac off of Nathorst. And I object to the current plan being proposed, which would rezone 4370 Alpine and 394 Alpine is mixed use district and multifamily district respectively. Yeah, I apologize. I'm going to repeat a lot of what Ellen just said, but you know, with regard to 4370, it has been my impression that the whole point of this year-plus long exercise in civic self-mutilation that we've all of us had to endure has been about housing, which begs the question, why mixed use? As explained on page 107 of the meeting agenda, mixed use would allow, in theory, you know, apparel shops, automobile repair service, bakeries, banks, head shops, who knows? None of which is housing and none of which is wanted in our neighborhood. And it would also allow for transitional housing. Is that what we really want in the Nathorst Triangle, where so many children pass each day on their way to and from school? And I'll point out that over the last year, we've been told over and over again that we need to build affiliated housing. Won't the addition of new small businesses in town increase the need for more affiliated housing in 8 years? No, if the intent is to increase housing stock, then 4370 Alpine should be residential, 6 housing units per acre, no transitional housing, and no commercial. It is neither one nor needed in that location. And with regard to the proposal to rezone 4394 Alpine to 20+ housing units per acre, let's be clear. This is really 42 units per acre on account of the 80% affordable housing density bonus. The current property owner's assurances aside, as we just heard, once the town goes down that path of rezoning it, as proposed, it can guarantee nothing beyond the fact that existing residences will have 3- and 4-story apartment windows looking down into their backyards. I object to the 15 and 20-foot setbacks being proposed. With the exception of those of us who were born here, I suspect that for most of us, our love affair with Portola Valley began the very first time we drove down Alpine Road. And you know, I think we should keep the 50-foot setbacks. We should do everything we can. This is our front door, and to destroy the Alpine corridor, it would be so short-sighted. And finally, I just want to say, you know, about the other thing about, you know, this proposal could add 100 cars to the Nathorst Triangle area, far more than it currently exists in the neighborhood. And combining that with the heavy traffic expected from the opening of the Hawthorne's open space, and Alpine and Portola roads will become the same traffic parking meltdown nightmare that Alpine and Arastradero has become as a result of the popularity of those others. So you know, we really, really need to explore this very, very carefully. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks. Let's see, I see a Zoom hand up, Diana Odell.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Diana Odell, and I'm the Director of Land Use at Stanford University. Stanford is supportive of the very hard work the Town Council, Planning Commission, community, and staff have done on the housing element and these implementing zoning amendments. We have submitted a short written comment and are listening carefully to the discussion tonight. We look forward to continuing to work with the staff and the town on future housing opportunities. Thank you.
Great, thanks. See any more questions here? Bob, go ahead.
Bob Adams. I have first a question about things most restrictive requirements. We have a 15-foot suggestion and you have a 50 or 75-foot scenic corridor. Which is it? Most restrictive would be 75 feet. So is that being overridden with 15 foot that's being suggested in this? So I guess, so you're saying that the 15 feet is applied, it says in front, so I assume that it was in front of the building. I'm trying to figure out where the 15 feet applies.
But we're taking care of you, or writing down the questions. We'll answer them all later.
Okay. There are a couple things. One is, I guess there are two numbers that concern me. One is the 15 feet and the second number is 42 feet. So to me, both those numbers seem to be, especially if you're near the roadway, that would, if you're keeping the scenic corridor as 50 feet, I'm fine. If you're keeping the scenic corridor as 15 feet, I think that's just ridiculous. Second, housing versus commercial. I don't know how many people have really looked back to see, but we don't need a lot of commercial. And just to give you an example of that, it took a year for this small pizza shop market to rent the space behind it. It took 2 years for George Jellick to rent the space next to the hardware store. So I don't see that there's a lot of demand for commercial. Also, the question is, how much growth is there in town? In the last 22 years, there has been 0.1% per year growth in population. 0.1% per year. 84 people in 22 years. So I don't see that the demand for commercial is coming from population. So I guess I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from. And by the fact that we've had the vacancy that we had and not being able to fill it, I don't see a demand for a commercial. If you take out commercial, there shouldn't be a lot much density or elevation problem. So that's the reason that I'm really focused on the commercial, because it adds to the density, it adds to the elevation. Thank you.
Let me go to a Zoom caller, John Matlock and Kathy Christie.
Yes. Hello, it's Kathy Christie.
Okay.
Yeah, so we live next to a fire station and we went through a lot of gymnastics with the town about their remodel and the fact that they want to put a sheriff's station in there, which we eventually were able to find not the need for. And then at the end of the day, the fire station was rezoned for pretty much any use. And it was supposed to be a conditional use for a fire station. And now that has been expanded and none of us were notified about that. Now I find out that I don't know who's thinking about putting in a restaurant and we need a liquor store in this town. Maybe I'm late to the party, but I don't know who is generating the need of these things for the town. Could anyone answer that question? Like, has anyone in the town said that we really want a restaurant and a liquor store across the street from basically where I live?
Or is there a developer in the pocket?
Yeah, where did this come from? It wasn't in
Keeping
the
track of
original,
all the questions, so we'll get to
no,
them.
in the original debate, it was about, changing the zoning along now and, adding ADUs for people. But now we're talking a restaurant and a liquor store. I just have to understand what thinking was.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah, I thought there was one here. We have one in the room.
No, we're not in the room. They cut us off.
You're still on, actually. But so don't say anything bad about us.
I cut him off right as he was saying.
Okay,
that.
darn. If people really did that, you need to just let it go. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Tim Clark and I'm with Ladera Community Church. We are one of the 2 sites, I think, in your plan that is to be zoned RMF 20 at 20 housing units per acre. Our site is just a little bit over a half-acre site. It's 0.52 acres. And we want to put just housing there, and we want to put affordable housing there. I'm going to make a number of suggestions, but the first one is that your parking rules, as outlined in the document, are going to make it very difficult to invest in any kind of housing on that site. Let me give you kind of the example. 18 months ago, we went to an architect and said, please do for us something called a housing density study. We wanted to know what it would look like to have 10 units of housing on our property adjacent to the church. And they came back with a plan that had 9 units of family housing, 2 and 3 bedrooms. Laura was right. We want to do family housing, and 11 parking units. Well, if you look at what's outlined in your guidelines, you would be requiring us to have 21 parking places for those units, and there's no place to put them. Most communities that want affordable housing are making certain concessions and to get the housing built. And we were asking for some flexibility so we can do that. I have a list of potential accommodations you might be able to make. And Laura, I have these written down. I can send them to you later if it's helpful. We think you should, instead of having 2 parking spaces for each of these units, 2-bedroom units, it should be 1. So we're looking for a 50% reduction. That would be one way to do it. I think you should also have in your code that you allow shared parking arrangements so that you can have parking on adjacent sites. We have the only adjacent site, ours is the church, and I'm not sure I'd be able to convince everyone to let parking go there, but that's one of the things that you should have in your code, I think, would make that possible. There's also something called a transportation demand management plan, which I think should probably be referenced. That would allow to make accommodations like providing free bicycles, having zip cars, or memberships in Lyft or Uber for transportation for people. I think you should drop the guest parking requirement. It makes no sense for a space that's as small as ours. And I don't think it's standard. Maybe I'm not informed, but it doesn't sound like a best practice in other jurisdictions for affordable housing of the size that we are. A couple of other things that are not related specifically to parking, at least not directly. You have and the back of our lot is in a hillside that is vacant. You don't need to have 30 feet between the back of our property and the next lot. So we don't need a 30-foot setback. A 15-foot would be fine. There's anybody's going to build up there anyway. And I think you should look at these 12-foot building separation things. And it sounds like this is in flux with the fire people, but you are going to have in your code requirements to have fireproof materials in the buildings of the buildings that go up there. And that may make it unnecessary to have the 12-foot separations. The only other things that I would say is that if there's any problem in this project, if we don't have enough parking, people it hurts is the church itself, because we're the nearest place that people are going to go park. The second is, and I think Cara was referring to this a little bit earlier, there's a very new law, AB 2097, which eliminates any parking requirements within when there's a bus route or a bus line within a half a mile. There's a bus line that goes through Ladera and comes down there. So that would be a consideration. And it's my understanding that the state, the bonus density laws also have an aspect that relates to parking. So I think we ought to look into that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
On Zoom, Betsy Morgenthaler.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I first a comment and then a question. I just want to, oh, I'm sorry, I was talking away. This is Betsy Morgan Thaler. Thank you, Chair Cosell and committee. I first wanted to make a comment and a question. The comment being just to acknowledge the incredible difficulty of coming up with general zoning guidelines, given the enormity of unknowns of the impact of the density bonus law. It is such a no-win situation we are in. I really feel for all of you sitting there, staff and all of us. So to move on to acknowledge the incredible usefulness of the two tables, the pair of tables that are spelling out, those being tables 18.23050 on red page 110, the other one on red page 105, table 18.15050. They both are about development standards. And my question is, does a similar one exist for the Stanford Terraces? I welcome the callers' input tonight, the Stanford callers' input tonight. And as was acknowledged by an earlier questioner, we show it on the map. We know that it's a part of our housing element. And I would find the parallel comparisons quite useful. So I hope that that one either exists or is in the making. And I am somewhat curious why it was not included in the package tonight. So thank you. I will await those. And if I were to tack on one more thing that is not incidental, we've been talking about the setbacks, and one of the ideas that came up in the earlier conversations amongst the Planning Commission and perhaps Town Council, I don't recall, was the possibility of adding a multi-purpose lane, multi-purpose in the sense that it would be an extra wide bike lane on Alpine Road that would accommodate evacuation traffic in the event of need. And I thought that an incredibly attractive idea, as we are trading off building heights and other important architectural and site location considerations. I hope that this too will be heavily weighted and considered as we move forward. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Betsy. And next is Bob on Zoom.
Hi, thank you, commissioners. You can hear me, I hope.
Yes.
Great. My question is kind of along the lines of what Commissioner Targ was asking earlier. Regarding the what property zoned 20 units per acre will look like after density bonus and the concessions and variances all get added in. I was wondering if we can't have, we have lots of consultants. Maybe we could have a consultant that would be, maybe one or two even, would be actual developers, and ask him or her or them how they would go about maximizing their property value, and how they would incorporate the bonus density and concessions and variances on a specific property or property dimensions like the one being discussed on Alpine Road in the Nethorst Triangle. This would, from that, we could have kind of a model developing, kind of like a worst case scenario, and see what a development like that would look like, and see if it's agreeable to Portola Valley residents, and if it maintains the Portola Valley look and feel. So I was wondering if we could consider that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Next, we have Christy Corley on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. This is a lot of information. I think all the densities are being put on Alpine Road. I counted 11 developments, which will really affect traffic, and we need a full circulation report of traffic, not a minimal or a partial report. We really need to do this right, and we need to take it all the way through Arastadero Road, down Alpine Road into Ladera, across 280 and down to Sand Hill Road and to Stanford. So we get backed up if you drive at 3 or 4 or 5 and 9 and 10, we are in a parking lot. So what are we going to do about that? I think our minimal traffic report is not enough. You said that the strictest rules or standards hold. So I think we should have the strictest standards. I believe we should focus on duplexes, triplexes, and cottages and move up from there, but not start with the maximum. Because if we start with maximum, we cannot, once you zone up, you cannot zone down. So why do we start with the maximum zoning? So I also believe we should get, I would like to listen to developers and their expertise and see how they would negotiate with our town. I believe we should keep our 75-foot setback. And I would like to hear what the list of things our town would ask for from developers. Rather than they get all the concessions, what will we be asking for in return? And I think we should come up with a list of at least 10 things that this town wants from developers, from infrastructure to many things regarding water, schools, roads, stormwater, drains. Our stormwater drains are years old and falling apart. So how are we, and even Howard showed us pictures of how that was happening and how he has to fix them. So, you know, also HOAs, are they protected? Or does all this extra development get, when you say 4 units per acre, it's going to go on all the outside of the HOA areas, which is where I live on Golden Oak Drive. So I would like to see, I think John Golden's comment of what are the state laws must, what are the optional things that we're grabbing onto, and what's palatable by the residents. And I want you to start with what's palatable to the residents,
Okay,
because
great.
that's what we care about. Thank
Okay, great. And next we have Dana on Zoom.
Unmute. Am I there?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. I'm talking as usual about the internal consistency of the general plan and how that will be managed through this period. I was unaware until this evening that staff is working now on other elements of the general plan, not just the safety element. I think without the benefit of resident input. So it's very, I want to understand through the planning commission how those internal consistencies of the general plan are going to be managed during this planning period. Thank you.
Good, I see no more hands. Oh, no, I do. Okay, go ahead.
Just have a few questions. I will say my name. It's Tammy Cole. I'm at 145 Northwest. I'm behind now that's going in the Willow Commons. And I have a couple questions. It's our understanding from the very beginning that we were told, doesn't the housing element want the town to spread out the housing? And why do we continue to cram most of the housing in one area? What is your methodology on this theory? Please, we would love to focus back on the ADUs and the junior ADUs and honor the town's general plan. I'm trying to understand what would possibly be the benefit to change the zoning now before we have an evacuation plan and a fire safety plan, which has been said. And Laura, you had mentioned that the town is trying to keep control over Ford Field, and that's a great plan, you know, to control how big these projects get. And why in the world would you want to change the zoning now on 4370 Alpine Road to give so much flexibility and loose control if it was sold? I don't understand why we're even going there and what that has to do with this housing element. And I'm just asking, who are the principals that are representing the community designed to protect the look and feel of this town? We are opposed to decreasing the setbacks. We have horse trails and children. Our children are walking from Corte Madera, which we all know, to Roberts and Alpine daily. We ride horses on these trails daily. Where are those going to all go? How is that going to work? 3 stories is not complementary, conducive to this town in any way in Portola Valley. Why should the neighbors and longtime residents that have been paying taxes and supporting this town to be encroached and hindered with excessive noise, traffic, and lights, and a basic fire and evacuation disaster? Thank you.
Was there another person in here?
Hi, Greg Franklin. So I think about this document in the context of the housing element. Essentially, almost 2/3 of the burden of this RHNA quota is being taken by Alpine Road. So Ladera, Ford, Stanford, Glen Oaks, I mean, we know them all. Specifically regarding the zoning proposals for tonight's agenda, you've got essentially almost 20% of the RHNA bonus, the RHNA quota is concentrated in the Nathorst tribe, 20%. I have a couple of questions related to Laura's presentation and others' comments that were made tonight. So first of all, you mentioned in your schedule that the recommendation you expect to come, I think you said in December, right? So my question is, which town council is going to vote on these rezoning? Is it going to be the current town council or is it going to be the new town council? And then I have a question about 4370. So why is it mixed use? Who made that recommendation and why? I'm sympathetic with several of the comments made about that rezoning from audience members earlier tonight. I think it'd be good to include in your bonus density refresher, which I think is a great idea, is the consequences of the owner of 4394 getting the bit density bonus, because Laura, in the housing element plan, you identified 23 units. And I understand now from your comments tonight why it has to be 23. You can't claim 42 because you don't know whether the density bonus will apply to that property or not. But the instant you rezone at 20 per acre, that owner can go to utilize the state density bonus and basically say, look, I'm going to do 42 as long as I provide for low and very low housing residents. I had a question about the building separation. You mentioned, I think, 20 feet. Well, NIST 140 recommends 25 feet. So there doesn't seem to be consistency. So basically, does the town disregard NIST 140? But the principal point there is the implication for housing insurance. Because I think when we get new fire maps, housing insurance, there's going to be a crisis for housing insurance in this town with respect to cost and perhaps even availability. And I made inquiries with State Farm. My State Farm agent basically said in February he was getting 2 calls a week from Portola Valley residents requesting proposals for insurance because they lost their insurance. When I recontacted him in August, he said it's 5 per week inquiries for people that require insurance, and State Farm denied insurance coverage for one Portola Valley ranch resident recently.
Are you about ready to wrap up?
That's it.
Over the 3. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, also I think, as far as this whole rezoning thing is, instead of respecting legacy provisions, I think Ellen's and others have made a good point. You guys should think about a complete reset, because essentially the zoning you're requesting is a wealth generation engine for 2 property owners in the Nathorst Triangle. I think that should need to be thought through as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Good. I see no more questions from the public or Zoom. Hope that's right. Good. So we'll wrap up the public comment section. We'll give a chance to Laura and staff to answer questions, or I can answer some of them too.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl, and then if you want to add on maybe some of the Housing Element Committee perspective.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so there's a couple questions about the Stanford project, Portola Terrace, otherwise known as the Wedge, and why it's not included here. There's a lot of people know there's an active application for that project. So we're well underway in processing that application. The Housing Element Committee did bring up the possibility of changing the zoning for that site, but there was not consensus of that committee to do that. So the idea was not to rezone that property. So the Housing Element does not call for it to be rezoned. But the way that that discussion came up is that perhaps it should be rezoned to allow more development on that site. And the conclusion of that was that the committee didn't wish for that to go forward. So it's not included in the zoning code amendments, but it's in the map because the map is from the Housing Element. Again, because the zoning code implements the Housing Element. So the Housing Element doesn't say to rezone the Stanford Wedge property.
And then on that topic, I think somebody asked, there's the table that only has the sites that were under so much discussion. It didn't have the ones that were already in the pipeline, is why
Yeah,
it's
so
not on that table.
there's a couple of different tables, and that's at least partially because we're required to put things in certain formats for HCD when you're looking at the Housing Element itself. But it is included in the Housing Element as what's called a pipeline project. So it's an active application. And so the numbers are counted in the RENA numbers to reach the total, but it's not approved yet, but it does count in that way. So I don't know if that's helpful also. Okay, so there's quite a few questions about the mixed use zoning district. So why, how, kind of those types of questions. So let me try to answer that in general if I can. And again, the chair can probably pipe in on this. The Housing Element Committee considered a number of different options for different properties. And one of the priorities of the Housing Element Committee was to make sure that there were still opportunities for local businesses that serve the local community, and with a special emphasis on retaining existing local businesses. So when they were looking at that particular site at Alpine and Nathorst, there was an interest in keeping the businesses that already exist there if that was feasible. And so that's how I understood the idea of mixed use to come forward, that the site could potentially accommodate both commercial local businesses that serve the residents, as well as additional housing at that location. So that's how the idea of mixed use came up. In terms of what's allowed there, that list of uses, so the example was given of like the restaurant and the liquor store. Those are uses that are already allowed there with a conditional use permit. So we're not proposing to add any uses. We're just carrying forward what is already allowed. So there's a long list of conditional uses that I had up on the screen, and that's in the zoning code amendments. Those things are already allowed, but no one has proposed them because there hasn't been a market demand for them, and because the CUP process is very rigorous. And so only if there was a market demand would a project come forward for something, and then it would still need a conditional use permit, the same thing as today. What's being added to that is the option to have residential units be added to that site. So I hope that that's helpful. I didn't sit in my office and say, oh, that should be a liquor store or a restaurant. We just copied and carried forward what was already allowed. We hear the comments and questions related to density bonus, and we will do our best to analyze them and bring additional materials forward for another meeting. In regards to the scenic corridor setback and the 15 feet, which one applies? I guess what I'll do is start by, I don't know, apologizing for my profession. This is how we do this. Maybe it seems silly. Maybe after hearing all your comments, it is silly. And so we'll take a fresh look at that. But what is proposed is that the scenic corridor would apply. So on Alpine Road, that's 75 feet. That's the proposal. We'll look at how it's written so that it makes more sense to people and based on the feedback that we get from the Planning Commission tonight. Okay, there's a question about the general plan and the internal consistency. So there's kind of a question or statement about it being new information that the general plan was being amended. This was in the original proposal that staff presented to the town council about how to go forward with the housing element update. So this has always been part of the work plan. It's always been in the contract. It's always been in discussion. It was discussed many times with the Housing Element Committee and several times with the Planning Commission. So I don't think it's new information. What was new information is that we are literally working on it now. That's the new part. We started that work a couple of weeks ago. So what's the process going to be going forward is that we'll be drafting this very, very limited amendments just to add the things that we have to add for consistency with the housing element. And we'll bring it here to this body, to the Planning Commission for your review and citizen input. And of course, it'll be published with the packet so residents can provide feedback. We really intend it to be very limited. Okay, then there's a question about why change the zoning now? And I wrote down 4370. So I think this question was like, why do we have to do this at this time? And if the Planning Commission would like in the discussion, we have a slide prepared around the consequences. We can talk more to this later if you would like us to. You can give us that direction. But the gist of it is that there are potential consequences for the town that could be meaningful. And we have continued to try to evaluate those consequences each step of the way because this has been an evolving landscape. And so our best recommendation tonight is still to continue on this course to do the rezonings right now. But we think about it and we're working on it consistently. And so we're trying to think about what all of the options are. We're continuously thinking through what are all the options and what can we present for decision makers to consider. In regards to building separation and the NIST study, no, we don't disregard it. We are waiting for recommendations to come from the fire district. And so what we presented tonight is a starting point. It represents some best practices related to zoning, but we anticipate more information to come from the fire district and more conversations to happen that will inform setbacks and building separation moving forward. So I combined a couple of things together, but I think that covers the questions that we can actually answer.
Great. How about if I talk about the density on Alpine since I was on the housing element? So both Nicholas Targ and I were on the town's housing element. So it was 15 residents and we met over many months, over a year, and brainstorm, talked to property owners, met with people, visited sites, people brainstormed on sites, just looked at everything. And these are the sites we could best come up with. We were largely influenced by fire safety. It prevented us from choosing sites up in the hills. The fire experts recommend that people be along the evacuation routes. I would have loved it if we could have found sites on Portola Road. It's hard to find them. If you know of some, come tell us. So the sites on Alpine are the best that residents could come up with, frankly. So that's where we are. Let's see. Oh, somebody asked who represents the community. You know, it's us. We're five. Well, one of us is not here today, but us four plus another one are residents, community members, and the housing element committee was all, 15 residents working on this. I think that's everything I could add. Okay, shall we discuss? Is Nicholas there still? You want to go first this time? Oh, now we discuss. We're not making any decisions today, so it might be frustrating. We're going to get to the end and there's going to be a lot of loose ends, I think. We're going to discuss it again in our next meeting. So now is our chance. We're going to discuss what's important to us, where we think we have consensus, what we'd like staff to keep working on, if we want information presented a different way, if we think something's off base. I guess in my hope is that we can coalesce our information enough such that we can get closer at our next meeting to having something not ready to go to council, but ready for the public and everybody to really weigh in on. It really looks like something.
You have a list of questions?
The other question I have was offers to go over the consequences.
Yeah, that's on my mind,
For her
man.
to do that
Okay.
now or color, before we.
I like that because that weighs on me and many people heavily. Yeah.
Could you repeat the question? I had a little trouble hearing you.
Oh, Cara, we did say we thought it would be good to hear the consequences of no housing element. But before you do, we had a question from a resident that we didn't answer a question. I think that's going to be part of our discussion. We're struggling with that. We're struggling with that question too. It's a
I'm
hard
sorry,
one.
can you please repeat the question?
Hi, Nicholas. So we got two threads going here. Ellen Bernazzo just wanted us to clarify what would happen with mixed use. You know, if you had two houses, how many businesses, vice versa. And I told her that that's going to be part of our discussion, that we're struggling with that too. I mean, it's hard to make a rule that's, ABC, what happens. We have to think about it. But right now we're on at Judith's suggestion, which I like, we're going to have Cara tell us and everyone that consequences of not having a compliant housing element by January 31st, because there have been some very interesting news articles out of Southern California, who's ahead of us on these problems.
Sure.
Yeah,
So-
do you want to go ahead? We have this slide that's related to the zoning code amendments specifically, and then we have another one about the consequences of the housing element. So that kind of we're separating those. So just so people know that context.
Great. So why don't we start with the housing element first? Thank you. So the housing element is due on January 31st, 2023. There is a 4-month, what has been termed a grace period, where the state, the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, has 4 months to review the housing element. In the past, if cities and towns delivered their housing element to HCD during that 4-month review period, it would not be considered late. However, what we have been told is that HCD is now requiring the housing element to come in on the January 31st date, not during the grace period. So that has caused some problems for Southern California cities who weren't able to meet the deadline at all. And in fact, the legislature had to extend the deadline by a year for Southern California cities. And it is also creating problems for Northern California cities who are not at the stage that Portola Valley is, and who are behind us and still need to complete the housing element. So what we have is in Southern California, the housing elements were due a year before Northern California. And so we have this situation where in Southern California, there were a lot of cities who were late in filing their housing elements. And in fact, many cities, the year extension expired on Saturday, last Saturday, and many cities in Southern California still have not filed their housing element. So what we are starting to see in 2 cities in Southern California, there are some developers who have been filing applications in cities that have not filed their housing elements in a timely manner. And they are using what is called a builder's remedy. And this is a law that has been on the books for since housing element laws started. But it was never, this particular remedy was never used for a variety of reasons. But we are seeing it used in Southern California. So in Redondo Beach, there was one large application for 2,300 housing units filed by a developer against Redondo Beach because Redondo Beach had not filed their housing element in a timely manner. And then now in Santa Monica, there are 14 applications that have been filed under this builder's remedy. And Santa Monica just recently adopted their housing element. And so we don't expect to see any further housing projects being filed under this. But now Santa Monica has approximately 4,000 additional units that it needs to process under what's called the builder's remedy. And what is significant about the builder's remedy is that it can permit housing projects to be built in areas of the town that are not zoned for residential. So in Redondo Beach, for example, the project that was filed was in a either a commercial or an industrial zoned area, and it involved a piece of property where a power plant was sitting. It was never intended to be housing, but under the builder's remedy, the applicant does not need to comply with existing zoning. The only requirements are that the project must contain at least 20% affordable units, and those units must be affordable to lower income households, or it must contain 100% of the units must be affordable to moderate income households. So this is an important development. It just happened, in the past few weeks. We do have a memo regarding this new remedy that has been utilized in Southern California. To our knowledge, it has not been used in Northern California yet, and that's because the housing element deadline has not yet applied. We have been telling the council, the housing element committee, the planning commission, and residents that there are severe consequences in not complying with housing element law and submitting the housing element in a timely manner. Originally, we thought that the way to enforce the requirement that housing be built was through a civil action by a developer who would file a lawsuit against the city, or through an enforcement action by HCD. And then through that civil lawsuit or enforcement action, a receiver would be appointed, and the receiver would essentially take over the permitting authority. But under the builder's remedy, this is a self-executing provision, and the applicant can just apply for it, similar to the SB 35 remedy, which is another type of remedy for other types of non-compliance with housing element law. So this is really the most significant element, and it's really caused heightened awareness at the staff level to really focusing on the deadlines and trying to get the housing element completed, the environmental documentation completed, so that we do not have any gap period that would allow for a builder's remedy application to be submitted. The other aspects of filing a late housing element we've discussed in the past. That's the loss of state funding. The town does receive some state funds for some of its projects. We would no longer be entitled to those funds if we don't submit a timely housing element. And then there are pretty significant penalties and fines in monthly amounts that are assessed until the town submits the housing element. And then we've already talked about enforcement actions. So that's the new development. And as I mentioned, we do have a memo on this that is now on the housing element website. So people can read about it in more detail.
Great, thanks, Cara. And can I just clarify for people, you use the word file, which we have to do by January 31st, but that's a completely compliant one, fully reviewed by the state, right? That's why we had to work backwards and submit ours in August, because the state takes up 90 days to do the grading, and then they get back to us in November. So now we have a month or two to tidy it up.
Exactly. So let me clarify the date. The obligation on the town is to have the council approve the element by January 31st. It is, and then HCD has 4 months to certify the element. We do not know at this point whether a builder's remedy application can be filed during that 4-month window that HCD has to certify. That's an unknown issue at this point. We likely will have some interpretation from HCD in the next coming weeks, in which case, if there is that possibility, staff will be coming forward with maybe a recommendation to approve the housing element even earlier in order to avoid that issue as well. But right now it is an open issue.
A quick follow on. The zoning is part and parcel of the completely approved January 31st town council approved document. Is that correct, Cara? You can't take longer with the zoning if you've approved the element.
Right. So we do need to separate them out. There are some, certainly our goal has been to complete the zoning, and this is the second slide, by January 31st in order to preserve the absolute maximum amount of local control. If we do not get the zoning completed by January 31st, the builder's remedy does not apply. We don't need to worry about the builder's remedy, but we do have to worry about other issues. And so that's what this slide shows. So Any sites that are going to be used for our low or very low income housing units need to be zoned at a minimum density of 20 units per acre, and they need to accommodate 16 units per acre. If we don't zone by January 31st. So the proposal that we have for some of our multifamily zone sites, you'll remember, is a range of between 10 and 20 units. But if we don't complete the zoning by January 31st, then we will need to zone at a minimum density of 20 units. So there is an additional consequence. It's different. It's a different consequence than not filing the housing element in time, but it still is, we think, an important consequence. And we did want to highlight that to you all as well. The other consequence of not zoning in time, zoning by January 31st, is that, again, the sites that accommodate the low and very low income housing need to be approved by right. And if they have at least 20% of the units are dedicated as affordable in the project. That's a pretty common standard that we see with these by right approvals. And by right means that there is you can't have any discretionary review. You can have a little bit of design discretionary review. However, there's no CEQA review that is permitted. And the law specifically provides that the discretionary review associated with the design review does not trigger CEQA. So these projects would be moving forward without any CEQA review if the zoning does not get approved by January 31st.
So these consequences are very much an evolving landscape. So that staff has been providing consistent recommendation that we should finish the housing element by January 31st. So that's been our staff consistent recommendation. And then it was the council that weighed in on the zoning code also being completed by January 31st. We, Cara and I and our team, we continue to analyze this. We talk about it all the time because new interpretations are coming in, new information is coming in. And so we're trying to adjust as we go. So this is the best information we have tonight, and we don't know what's going to land on our desk tomorrow. So we'll just keep everybody updated as information comes in.
Thanks, you all. Thanks. Okay, on to discussion. First, John.
Oh,
I
hold
think-
on,
I think
sorry, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I did the original questions, that's where I got out, what do I need to understand going forward? So I'm not going to repeat any of that. I'm just going to deal with some of your questions.
There we go.
So the structure, and I know people find it confusing, but in terms of us, I think what you've got there is, I mean, it's consistent with what we've seen before. So I'm okay with that. Specific comments on development standards. We've covered some of that. I mean, I think the setbacks, setbacks, height, and massing are the big issues that I think we're going to struggle with. Right? And the trade-offs of that. So it's not that I'm going to tell, it's not I can't say a specific setback is right or wrong. I think it's going to be a combination of how do they fit together and what are we likely to end up with. I mean, I don't think there's any question that people want to maintain the scenic corridor. On that specific one, but unless the consequence of doing that becomes, terrible in terms of looking at what these buildings look like. The permitted conditional and, you know, I think we, specifically on the Mayforest Triangle piece of the party, the one, 4370. You know, I kind of think we owe it to the original property owner that we can't take away their commercial rights that they've always had when they purchased it. So I don't see we have a lot of options if we also want to make it residential to make it mode. Off-street parking and bicycle parking, or bicycle parking, I think is fine. I'm guessing there's going to be no issue with that at all. I think we should certainly very much take into consideration what we heard from Ladera Church on what are the implications of this in terms of what, you know, our first sort of cut here of the guests, and we really like the way that turns out when we have a specific project that sort of says, oh, wait a minute, not going to work here. So maybe that's a sizing thing in terms of the size of the lot and all that. So I'd like to consider that. That's everything on these 4 items.
Great. Nicholas, shall we go to you?
Yeah, sure. And needless to say, we've been tasked by council to actually do something here. And I think that it's incumbent of the planning commission, certainly I see our role, as to follow the direction and the lead of council. So the notion that we would do something different at this point in time, I guess wouldn't be consonant unless we received direction to do something otherwise. So I just want to say that as a preface. I think that we can and do need to benefit from an understanding from the people who are most directly impacted in the community as neighbors on issues such as a multi-use area for both commercial and residential. From a flexibility standpoint, I tend to think that it probably makes less sense to create that kind of flex at this point in time, given where the state housing laws are located. In terms of the setbacks, deeper setbacks rather than narrower, in terms of massing, I think that there's a lot that one can do with a single larger structure from an architectural standpoint to break it up into to make it have a feel of a of greater spaciousness. So I think that that would also potentially be informed by what we hear from the fire marshal coming up, hopefully very, very soon. In terms of height, and needless to say, the restrictions of limiting ourselves to 2 to 3, and again, from a architectural setback or architectural standpoint, is possible to push back an upper floor to, again, not feel encroached on by a larger structure. The question came up regarding issues of basements. I think that we probably need to go and address that as well. I appreciate both the planning director and also, I guess impliedly, the town attorneys offered to review what can be done with the density bonus aspect of the code. I think that that would be useful, and also to think about the best way that we can manage the uncertainty that is represented by the new housing authorities. I think that's what I've got. Unless there are other specific questions you'd like me to address.
I think that was good. Thanks, Nicholas.
Sure. It's really tough to have these discussions because first reaction I have is the state's just overriding us and that's not okay. I think that's underlying a lot of the sentiments that are being expressed, but I do want to be clear, Laura, you've been very helpful in our navigating how this all works. I need at least 5 more sessions before I remotely think I know and understand. And so we do value very much what you and your team are putting together in terms of enabling us to understand, because it's just really hard. Part of the other issue is we're being forced to do this probably 3 to 4 times faster than I would be comfortable with. So it's a cost benefit to an unpredictable action to enforce by the state, and we'll stay tuned and please let us know if there's anything. And you know, trying to get it right. So what I'm saying tonight is kind of coming from a mixed place. I know I've got to answer these questions. I know I've got to give some feedback, but at the same time, I really don't want to concede the point that the loss of local control and these penalties are really quite punitive for a community like ours. That being said, one on Glen Oaks, I do want that to be a permitted use, but honestly, we can't lose sight of the fact that that equestrian facility is gone. If there's any housing built, let's not pretend otherwise. Then reducing the number from 28 to 18 still results in the same place. And it is inherently contradictory to the principle of retaining local businesses that was, you know, a goal in protecting the Nat Horse businesses, which I did agree with. So yes, we should do what we can to protect it, but the public should really understand that's gone. If this moves forward at some point, whenever Stanford decides to develop it. Okay, then in terms of, yes, it would be really great to do whatever modeling you can on the build out of bonus densities and the like, recognizing it's hard. I do think bringing in experts that are developers to say, here's a practical way of looking at it could be very helpful to focus our discussion more on, you know, actual real life scenarios, if that's a feasible thing to do. I do agree there is a lot of focus on Alpine, and does that feel fair? No, it really doesn't. And as a result, if we are talking about rezoning 4370, for example, that neighborhood works a certain way right now. If the primary focus is housing, that's what we should be focused on. Even if you can allow it, you know, restaurant there and the like, I actually would put on the table trying to make it as consistent with the current vibe and environment as possible, plus housing, because that's the mission we're on. We're not on a mission to rethink Portola Valley. And moving this quickly, I want to do the minimum we have to do to get this thing where it needs to be. So I would put it on the table, narrowing those permitted uses. And I don't want to be harsh on the property owner, but at the same time, I don't want to open up a bonanza for development and have really unexpected consequences. I do think we should recognize changing the general plan generally is going to be highly sensitive, as it should be. And trying to be very focused is the way I would go, to do the absolute minimum that we have to do to, if it's necessary, I want to know why. And I think a lot of discussion and visibility into that would be good. And necessary for the public to be as comfortable as possible. And I am still troubled by how this is all going to come together to have the safety element, fire, all of this. And that's the one hurdle I can't see how that's going to work given the timing that we've got. So let's just keep forging ahead, but we really have to try and make it all come together rather than backing up and doing it again. General structure of the new zoning districts, I think I've commented on. Setbacks and height, yeah, obviously setbacks in this town are really important. I've got to see the modeling. I don't have a really specific comments on that right now. Permitted and conditional uses I've commented on, and then the parking and bicycle parking. I don't have any major issues there. I do take the Ladera Church representative statement as worth looking at and maybe treating that specially, but I just don't know what's required versus, what's gonna not create parking on the street, which is something we really wouldn't want and we wouldn't allow, but it will start happening if it's not a plan that actually works. I think that is, those are the main points I had. Sorry to go on.
Okay, great. Okay, for me. So for me, my priority in how we're gonna fit these units, I really want to preserve the 75-foot setback. That's my top one. Then next is the other setbacks in the creek. Next for me is height. I mean, I wish we could stick to 2 stories, but I'll go up to 3 stories before I'll want to encroach on the setback. Especially imagining that the 3rd story would be more pushed, wouldn't be at the 75-foot. We could design it so it was, the 3rd story was farther away. And I'm actually okay with bigger massing than we're used to. I'm kind of getting resigned to it that as we say you have to separate buildings further and further, it makes more sense to mass them. I surely hope it can be like a good design, some jigs and jags in it and not a cement prison wall. I am very sympathetic to the things that Mr. Clark asked for on Ladera Church. I really hope we can accommodate those. I feel like, wow, here's a chance we can get some of our arena numbers. We can get some housing for people in town. We can help an institution. I will be very open to leniency if it could help that site make the money work out. And on the parking and the shared parking, I actually have a bee at my butt about this. I want more shared parking. I want to give people a bonus if they look out a shared parking plan. There's one site, newly done that has a parking lot. They put barriers up on the weekend and it's so annoying. They're not bad people. I think there's other constraints, but I want to do whatever power the town has to break down whatever those barriers are. I'm in favor of it. And I think I only want parking restrictions, I guess like everybody, to the extent people would just be randomly parking, don't have any place to park. That's no good. And, a lot of times when you do zoning, it's hard because you want to make some rules that could apply to everybody's house on a steep slope over here, over there. I feel like we're almost doing zoning for this address, right? And then zoning for that address because we don't have agave sites. I know we might, in 8 years, we might have to do this again, heaven forbid, and we might put more sites on it. So we have to be a little general. But if that allows us any flexibility, like on this parking, because we're talking about a very specific site and there's places next door that the people could easily park at. I want to be very more lenient on parking that way. when we do the, I love the table, by the way, and I love the little pictures. I'm always drawing a picture when I try to read the old ones. So I love that. I wish the 15 feet never showed up in it. You know, I feel like, you know, if it's going to be 50 feet, let's put that, and then that gets trumped by the setback. But I feel like it is jarring to read that 15 feet. Oh yeah, then you read the footnote, okay, it's 75. Whereas I feel like if I read 50 feet, which I feel like I see all over, many, many properties in town have 50 feet. Then I read the footnote, oh yeah, it's really 75. It didn't change my worldview, it just shifted the building a little. I definitely like the idea that you and John talked about of adding another column that kind of gives the current status for whatever's the closest to that zoning, like for the residential in the single house residential like we have, will be compared to the multifamily. And then on the mixed use, I'd love to see the current AP district, like what their conditions are. Because, you know, I agree with people, it's kind of too bad we're doing mixed use. I think all the economics point to housing, right? The thing's been zoned AP, that site, forever, and look what's there. Nobody's gone and built anything. It's going to be housing if anybody does anything. So I know when I think through it, I'm going to really think through what the rules are for the 6 houses. And it is much harder to say, okay, let's say half of it went away and then half was a business, and what's the business size? It is hard to integrate all that. I do think we have to do that though, because the current use is AP. Nobody on a planning commission likes to take away rights for what a property currently has. So I think mixed use is the best option, but I know our brains are going to hurt when we really get down to the details on that one. Oh, I like the idea of another column that does have the density bonus. But, and you know, in general, in my life, I like to really face up to the absolute worst that anything could be, just so I, you know, so I face it. I do think on this, though, it's unrealistic to do the math thinking that a for-profit person is going to come in here and have to pay for the land, build the stuff, and do all low income, which is what they need to do to get the big high density. I would like to see, and just my input, a column that has the 20% density bonus, that if a developer came in, built market rate housing, but made 15 or 20% of it low income, they get some benefits. Let's see a column with that so I can at least face up to how bad that would be. But yeah, I'd like to add my thanks that Dave Cardinal mentioned. I really appreciate the staff. I feel like you guys have gotten us. I mean, we have a ton of work and we're meeting, you know, all those meetings is a lot of meetings for us, but I can see us getting through it. Whereas I definitely feel sorry for the towns that are have really, really non-compliant places right now. So I feel like you steered us and pushed us to a place that's doable at least. So thank you.
I would like, in terms of making this really like actionable for staff, there's one thing that I'd like to follow up on. And so in Commissioner Tark's comments, he said that he would feel comfortable with a larger structure as long as, you know, there were code to break it up. And I think I'm hearing that from the chair, but I would like to hear a little bit more. The way that we've drafted it, it requires like the smaller buildings and it has that building footprint to break it up. So do we want to stay with that concept of smaller buildings and breaking it up, or do we want to consider larger building because that could have benefits for increased setback or potentially reduced height? That's kind of something in balance that I'd like to hear priorities around.
Yeah, I like larger buildings and lower height for me.
I'm gonna say it depends. I like smaller buildings. If it's gonna really be situation dependent, I'm gonna have to understand the numbers we're gonna be right now. to get convinced that something bigger but lower would could work well.
Those little pictures would really, I know you can't do it for, you know, every permutation, but if there were like two cases kind of on the edge, you know, one with, you know, taller but separated buildings, and the other with flatter but a little more spread out. You know, because this is like, we'll know it when we see it, right? Whether we like it or not.
I know that's the hard part, but still any impressions that you have are still helpful as we go back to think about what to model. So does anyone else have any other impressions about this?
So I guess I was thinking more along the lines of Judith on that one. But having said that, in my mind, I'm not sure why I thought this. I was thinking that the higher density one, the 10 to 20 is where you'd need the bigger massing, the larger building. And the smaller ones, the 4 to 6 is where we could get the little cottage effect. So I don't know if that actually ends up making sense, but that was kind of my guess, how you call it.
Yeah, it might not be one rule for both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful.
You know, this is Nicholas. There's an observation that you know when you see it. When we get back together, it might be helpful if you could provide some exemplars of what a large broken up building might look like versus smaller buildings.
We can model some of these things. We actually spent a lot of time across my team and all of our consultant team looking for pictures of projects that were suitable and couldn't really find any because this is an unusual building type for our situation. And I didn't want to show people typical suburban, you know what I mean, downtown building types. Like,
No.
Yeah, because that's not what we're talking about. And so I figured
Nope.
that would be scarier. Right?
Yep.
So we'll keep looking. Like we've gone through our like our collection of photographs and we'll see what we can pull together. But I think some of the modeling that Monica and her team can do is going to be the most helpful here.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. What else do you need from us to kind of go to the next step or to make, I guess, a new table basically?
Okay, so I think one of the main things that I've heard is that more annotation is going to be really helpful to the Planning Commission, like notes, explanation. So I'm thinking, well, that's going to be one of the main things that we can produce. And then some additional modeling based on this feedback. And then discussion of density bonus and the implications of density bonus. And I think those are really kind of the main categories. We'll take what you've said into consideration in doing those things. We have a lot of resources compared to what the town normally has for these things. But the resources are still limited in terms of the time, right, to produce it. So we will absolutely do our best to get you the types of materials that you're asking for. And it's not going to be perfect. And so I just ask for all the members of the public and the Planning Commission, like everybody has to have a little grace with this process because everyone's trying to bring the pieces together. And so what we see is not going to be perfect, but we're going to do our best to get good things in front of you so that by the time we have a few more meetings, we get to a product that the Planning Commission is able to recommend up to the town council. And I realized there was a question I didn't answer earlier that might be on people's minds. This schedule means that this Planning Commission with the people that are sitting on it now will make a recommendation to town council. And then approval of the housing element will rest with the new town council after the election. So that's the way that this schedule lays out. So whatever changes come with that, that's what people should expect. So this has been a very, very helpful discussion in terms of being able to bring something back to the commission. So the next time around, we'll have some new information for you to discuss. and we'll carry these things forward to the degree that we can. And each step will take another step forward and continue to refine. So that's what we can expect moving forward.
And our next meeting is 2 weeks from today. Is that right? November 2nd?
I'm sorry, I know we're all getting tired. Let me pull up my other calendar so I don't get it wrong.
And at that one, we're going to talk about opt-in and affiliated housing.
Yes,
Okay, and second passages.
yes, to the degree that we can bring things forward for you. So we're just gonna take it as far as we can and get something out to you.
Laura, do you think that will be combined with another subject matter or will that be dedicated? Because it's hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard. We have one item from the town attorney, but we will not have any projects. So we have one kind of policy related thing from the attorney. It's a recommendation up to council.
And is the Housing Element Committee meeting set for November 1st, or we still don't know yet?
It's tentative set for November 1st.
Yeah, because people might want to come to that too.
Yeah.
November 1st.
So the only reason we wouldn't hold that is if we don't get any feedback from HCD in time, and then I'd have to schedule some other special meeting. But I remain optimistic that we'll have a phone call with HCD. The other, the surrounding communities have had really rough phone calls with HCD. But I'm trying to remain optimistic.
Outing or just pointed? I mean, what is rough mean?
The way that it's described is that HCD reviewer has pages of notes and they talk at you for 1 full hour of all of the things that you need to change.
Okay.
And then you get a letter that follows that, that's anywhere from 8 to 14 pages of comments.
And I heard there was one town in the Bay Area that got approved, 1 out of 15 got a good approval. Is that a really short letter then? It just says.
Yeah, they got a really short letter. They still
Alameda.
had a couple things that they had to change, but they got a conditional approval. But they had been working on their Alameda, had been working on their zoning code amendments and their housing element. Like they've been working on more of a general plan, a big general plan amendment for 18 months already. So they had already done all of this work before the actual housing element cycle.
I just wanted to know what the range is. Okay.
Okay, so that does it on this topic.
Oh,
unless
sorry.
there's
Now we have
anything
a
else.
4th topic,
We still have minutes.
minutes to
Yeah,
approve.
but that wraps it up for this agenda.
Okay,
item.
good. That won't be too long.
Yeah, so
Great.
members of the public, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome to stay, but we'll understand if you don't. Right. Okay. It's the abbreviated minutes. It's for September 7th. So,
And who can approve? Because the only people there were me, Craig, and Ian.
you know, it's a myth that you can't approve them if you weren't there, so you can approve them if you, I mean, as long as you've read it and made sense out of it.
Yeah, so it's a decision for individual planning commissioners to make. So some recuse themselves if they weren't present, but you're allowed to approve them. So it's up to you.
So I guess that's the first question. Nicholas or John, are you willing and interested in approving this? Because if the answer is that no, then we should do this agenda item another day rather than partially discuss.
Yeah, we'll be sitting
I
here
know.
every other week until
It won't be too
the
long before
holidays,
we see
so
everybody
we can
again.
always do it another night.
Yeah, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay,
Can I just abstain? You know, we've still got a quorum.
No.
No.
Or no.
Let's do it another time.
Yeah, so we'll do it another time.
okay.
Yeah, and I'm still hoping to go back to some more fulsome set of minutes. I'm gonna just keep saying that until you guys pick me up.
Yeah,
Maybe on, yes, the town council could do something.
Right.
We'll see. I'm sorry, through the chair though, before we adjourn, Rita has her hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think it
well,
would be a good
I'll
job.
take it, Rita, if it's nice and brief.
It is nice and brief. One of the other committees, town committees this morning met and was talking about archiving their information. And I commented that, you know, they were bragging about their minutes that they've had. And currently the skeleton type minutes that we do have, you can't really see what was said or what was done or what was approved or what the issues the different residents may have said. And, you know, for the minutes that are not being approved tonight, you know, they just say, you know, during oral, this person spoke and that person spoke. I really hope that we get back to the minutes. You know, this was a very meaty discussion tonight, and the minutes will reflect nothing of what the residents were passionate about. And that will be a real loss. And so I hope for this meeting that the information is passionate and inclusive, so that people wouldn't have to watch how many hours is this now? I know it's what, four and a half hours worth in order, but it would be really nice to just read 8 pages. So thank you for what you're doing, but please beef up those minutes again. It'll be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rita. Motion to adjourn?
To adjourn.
Second.
Good, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And thank you, Cara, too. Your information was so good.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.